The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers.
That's not lip-synced at all.
There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us,
it's not and now it's gonna crash.
The Roottrees are dead.
I don't know why that man can't audio mix correctly.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news.
I'm assuming
in addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
I assume the detail is probably lower. Is this Summer? I'm gonna ask you from now on. Just buy me games on the Switch. Don't buy me games on PC if they're gonna have these issues. Though I didn't have any issues with Moonlight Pulse, at least. Is this super low quality, Summer, as far as the textures, or I guess I'll just go with it, but better than having the weird void. I don't know, why was there a weird void? I've never seen that before in a game. Hello, Summer's not responding to me. No, this is good enough. I didn't expect any visual bugs. Yeah, well, I think the people who, have, low-end games don't seem to... This is just a thing I've seen in general, is if you're a company that doesn't think they need to optimize, they just don't. And for, low-end stuff, they're like, oh, I don't need to optimize. And then it's and then stuff like this happens. It's always optimize your code, guys. Yeah, well, that opening has not made... That opening is the worst thing I've seen in my entire life because of tech issues and because of that mic, and then none of his lines were, synced correctly. The audio is not synced right.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
I don't think that's how inheritance works exactly.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
Sure.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Okay, so you're asking me to pass, but you didn't discuss this before you came over to my house? Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Examine my... Okay, cool. Examine my evidence, search the internet for clues, fill in the names, fill in the occupations, fill in the photos. So, okay, name, occupation, photo, spouse, who is married. Okay. Hints, notebook, home. Okay, but that's just... Is there any reason to go home? Looks like there might be. I don't know who these guys are. Okay, got milk picture. The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees Sisters Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our names with the candy bar you're eating. Being a root tree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it. I guess that's true. Okay, so this gets photos. Those surprise you by the mysterious person who showed up at your family door. You'll need to fill in the family tree. Is everything still good, guys, also, at this point? Why was the entire Roottrees family on a plane, by the way? So is this everyone who died then, I guess? Okay. Yeah, my evidence. Search the internet for clues, fill in the names. Okay, let's go to the internet. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscape's Explorer's new history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Dial up. Spider search. Pro tip: you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. Okay. Milk. Got milk. Got Milk is a series of advertisements for milk funded by dairy farms that feature celebrities with milk mustaches. The Roottrees suggested an ad that used a modified version of the photo you have in your inventory. The ad mentions... Okay, wait, how does the browser know that I have an inventory? How do they know what I have? The ad mentions that they are models on magazine covers and also are associated with the Roottrees Candy Company. Mixed in with the recent news of the plane crash, there are lots of results for Roottrees' extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it's been receiving. However, you find a direct link to your... Why don't you just give me the site? However, you find a direct link to history section that manages to work momentarily. The Roottrees Candy Company was founded by Elias Roottree. Surely, why are all the founders of companies named Elias? That's not entirely true. That was his father, Walt Disney. Elias Roottree, shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth. Those family owned. So anyhow, I want. Oh, that's just okay. It's okay. His family owned a small farm called the Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on this page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input from voters from extended family. The site doesn't mention that every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who, despite his death, is listed as the current president. Okay. The product that put them on the map were the 5 pieces maple candies with 5 different flavors that are dipped in a crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they have branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, simply titled Root, specializes in children's clothing. The primary models for Root are the Roottrees sisters. Okay, so we want to look up Root. Root, the period is part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, likely due to increased web traffic, you can find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. So, like, why is this spider, like, this, is this, like, some fucking AI, like, summary of my search? I don't want that. I just want the search. That really bugs me. Like, it's taking me out of, it's so unrealistic. It's taking me out of the experience because I want to just, like, I'm not searching information. I'm just getting a summary from this weird Spider-Man. I don't want that. I want I want the actual information to go through, not here's the cliff notes. One of them has this to say: "You spy the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, and Rihanna." Okay. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Rihanna has appeared on almost all of them. Okay, so that I want. There is only one that the webmaster considers a collector's items enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sister mother, and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. Interesting. Okay, so we want to... But how... Can I... Okay, we want... Spider search. Why... Well, it's an AI summary. Why is the Twitch chat taking longer to update than... It did this before for some reason. It's like it takes... I'm gonna just move my stream over a bit, because that's getting faster. Carly Root Jepson. I'm just saying, Summer, I don't want to give a summary on my search. I want to know, I want to do my search. It's like if in Ober Din, they're like, here, like, they just gave a whole, like, explanation of what you just saw. Like, that's not, you're not being a detective at that point. You're just reading cliff notes. Just need... No. Can I Control Z? I don't know if I can. I don't think I can, but I don't actually know. No. We don't need to. We need... Is everything still okay also? Might be under her actual name. What is Root catalog not giving me anything? Am I spelling catalog wrong? Cat log.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Is there a U in there? No. Well, there might be, but that doesn't have it in there. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. So I guess they only technically mentioned this one. But see, they said Rihanna has appeared in almost all of them. But this one doesn't have Rihanna. It has Rose. Okay, well, let's look into this one then. The site says it's the only time her daughter was ever listed. So, okay, let's search Carly Roottrees then. You discovered a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottrees girls lists the answer Rihanna, Carly, and Riley. The explanation below the answer states that Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottrees. Apparently, her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottrees Jr., but after finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. This is important because that tells you who the father is. Because that's how, Junior works. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen... Okay. I was like, why is that? Sometime in the early 90s, and now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had RH names, and she was the odd one out. That's when she began to go by her middle name. Cool, but that doesn't help me with finding this magazine. Well, it'd be catalog, though. Let's just do catalog. No. Catalog. Magazine. Oh. It should be catalog. Why is it not giving me anything for... You can't tell me that if I search root catalog, I get nothing. Like, that's bullshit. How do I bring up my notes? I guess I can only pick up my notes by highlighting. Two catalogs every year. Maybe we do 1984, or let's do 1985. Nope. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm not getting images on these searches for, like, whatever reason. But, like, so far, nothing I have has told me, unless I'm missing something obvious. Nothing I have seen has told me anything in terms of, like, I know who the sister names are, but I couldn't tell you which is which. Or their occupation. I mean, we can search Rose. Why is this giving me spider? Why is Rose giving me spider search? Maybe spider search was made by Rose. Spider search was founded in 1997 as one of the most up-to-date and advanced search engines around. Modern technology has its limits. Search tips. It is recommended to search for only one person or concept at a time, and if searching for a name, to use both a first and last name if possible. Searching for a single first or last name will often lead to finding nothing relevant. If someone is prominent enough to be found online and that person goes by a nickname, you might get different results by searching for that nickname. Okay. So here's what we do. I mean, I can search for like Carl Roottrees and stuff like that, but I don't want to do that just yet because I want to focus on getting the sisters first. How do you paste? I can copy, but how do I paste? I know how to paste on an actual computer. How do I paste here? Summer? Hey, chat. What's the point of copying if I can't paste? Okay, I can just paste like normal. Okay. It's weird they don't have a right-click option. Rose Roottrees is not as popular as her older sister Rihanna, but still very well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottrees sisters. Unfortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when she's searching for the sisters together. If someone isn't in the list of names that your employer provided, doing a deep dive on what you learn about them will often lead to additional discoveries. A good research tip is to make note of any brand names, books, product lines, or magazines you don't recognize and search for them. They have had better days. Well, we searched Carly Roottrees. Yeah, that's that. Rose Roottrees. No. Rihanna. No, sorry. Rayana. Okay, let's just start searching each of them. See what I get. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrees sisters' modeling careers. You come across an unofficial Roottrees fan site, simply curated by teenagers. It's neon pink with purple text and hard to read until you highlight the words. The webmaster writes, "This is like a text. It's like a text adventure." Then I guess is how they're trying to like write this. I don't know how I feel about that. Rihanna is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Do you think they're literally in the position of like oldest to middle? I wonder. You might think they are rich just because they're models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company, and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. Now here's what's interesting. Carl Roottrees Jr. was the father, but wasn't someone... Oh no, it was Carl. Okay, yeah. So it is the father. Okay. You might think they're rich just because they are models, but their dad's also... they do modeling for her brand Root. I eat Roottrees candies all the time. My favorites are Maple Crisps. And I try to dress in plaid Root clothes, like Riley does in most of the posters. Okay. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Dude, I love you random teenagers. Alright, so this will actually help. Love's Opera continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about the Root fashion line, but none of it is irrelevant. Shout out to random teenage girl on the internet. Okay, so Rose has pierced ears. So hang on. We know a few things now. We know that only one of them is married. We know that Riley. Hang on. Rihanna is the oldest and got married. So we know that. It's TMS, but we don't know TMS. Well, hang on. So here's the thing: names would change, right? So TMS could be like Thomas Sheridan, but wouldn't that technically mean that she would be? I guess maybe I don't know. Maybe they didn't. Like technically, her last name should change, right? I mean, there's only one T person here, and since anything else would be like the last name Roottrees for any guys, I could see this being TMS for now, at least. But we know this is Rihanna. Has to be. We know. So oldest to youngest. So we know that the youngest is Riley. Rose is the middle child. Rose has pierced ears. Okay. So Rose. I mean, there's no one in that list. Oh, because because her actual name is Carly, right? So Carly, and she has pierced ears. This has to be Carly, and then this has to be Riley. And Riley wears plaid. So by default, this would have to be... Okay. Now, in theory, we assume that they're all modeling. But I'm going to do a little bit more research. But for now, we'll fill this in. Because if it's right, then I'm done. The Root Beer Sisters. Okay, yeah, that was right. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following optional entry. Thomas Sheridan. I am the best at gaming. I'm so glad you knew I solved that and decided to answer the door. Or not the door.
But I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
You can use the internet, you're hired.
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives. Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries.
Okay.
Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. Oh, who's at the door now?
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Rootrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Okay. Okay, so these are all the notable. Do we really need to? Do we really need to? Okay, well, we already know a few things here. Every time you get 3 more additional blood relatives in the family tree, completely correct. They'll be locked in. All non-blood relatives and small portraits are optional, but placing them in the tree helps remove extra names and photos. Okay. Well, it's not filled in. we have, like... We just know that, like, it's all blank. So I don't know how you'd have part of this but not full. So we know, I assume so here's the thing, though. Here's what's interesting. We know with the siblings that their father is Carl and their mother is... Carl is the president of the company, right? But, like, the mother was the one head design. Brandy Roottrees was the head designer. But okay, but the thing is, if it was blood relation, they would have to be female by that like determiner, right? Because like, so this has to be Carl Roottrees then. I guess we don't know for sure. Maybe this is a weird, like, yeah, this is probably Brenda White then, I imagine. We know he is the president, well, was the president. However, we don't know which president. This is Donald Duck's family tree. They didn't make Donald Duck is dead. Okay, well, if we're going... My assumption would be that because he was president before he died, that he's probably the last president by just pure, like, you know, logic there. Okay, so other stuff that we have all this stuff about the teenage girls. We got Carl, we got Brenda. Now you two can be like Riley and Rose, current president. Okay. Yeah. So none of this other stuff is helpful for future things. So let's go to the internet. Okay. The Roottrees sisters and their parents died in a plane crash on December 6, 1998. The next evening, a shadowy figure appeared at your door and said the lawyers were looking to sort out the family tree. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some notable resources. This include a list of noble Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. They said that they would return in the time it took to fill out 6 more blood relatives. Okay. This is a list of notable Roottrees. The person who hired you gave you this list and said that everyone on it can be found easily via your search engine. Okay. Carl, Elias and Gwyneth, Gwen, Red, Jim Roottree, Lauren Roottree, and Miracle Jr. You've been in this line of work for a long time. So long, in fact, that you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The number in the magnifying glass refers to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of your search, the notables list sets off alarm bells. The list of famous people that can find via search engine, it's pretty rare to get something that useful. Best take advantage of it. As you progress, these numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in family members, new discoveries will be added to the list and old evidence will become less useful. Test your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. What do we think so far, by the way? This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad also mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. Power plum, awesome apple, bad blue raspberry, so strawberry, and cool chocolate. Okay, there's 11 clues on this alone. I wonder if all the candy is named after the kids, perhaps. I feel like for now I should go with the more obvious route. So let's start with Carl, because start back. You always want to go like. So you now have the ability to search periodicals too. So hang on. So this is spider search, but we also have public library and periodicals. So public library, you can find stuff via the author name and book title. And periodicals, keyword, it's for magazines and newspapers. Okay, makes sense. Okay. Carl Roottrees died in the recent plane crash along with his wife Brenda Roottrees and their daughters, the Roottrees sisters. He was the president of the Roottrees Candy Company, as well as the clothing company Root, which was co-founded with his wife. There was a short press release that the Roottrees Candy Company released today to news organizations. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, and the Roottrees sisters and the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting privacy at this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumph and accomplishments. They go on to list some of the accomplishments, one of which seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. Okay. So we want to highlight, and then no, I want spider search. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEO, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in the management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to a prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You can find through a few searches that 2 Rootrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year: Elias Roottrees and Carl Roottrees. Business Watch does not have not host any online archives on any site, but you can find via Aspire search that you may be able to find individual articles and issues through your periodical search. All right, so let's look up Business Watch. Cool. So they already. If I find it on there, it just gets put in here. Periodical and keyword are both required. Alright, so we want Elias. Elias Roottrees was awarded Watchman of the Year in 1936 for his accomplishment of rolling out 5 pieces to a global market. Notes from the article and a scan someone made of the cover have been added to your evidence. Okay. We also want Carl. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and summary of the article have been added to your evidence. Okay. Pieces. Alright, so this is Elias Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognize the global rollout of 5 PCs. Inside the article is a timeline of 5 PCs. 1908, Elias forms the Roottrees Candy Company after marrying his wife, who inherited a maple farm. During the period before 5 PCs, the company is barely profitable. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children, 4 more to follow. Elias invents 5 PCs. Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavor per piece. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. So it's based on the initials of his children. Okay. 5 pieces are first sold in some Pittsburgh market. 5 pieces are rolled out to all of New England. The new recipe and flavor is finalized, and the candy begins nationwide distribution in department stores and other shops everywhere. The Roottrees Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for the global rollout. With the help of his son, Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized... Okay, hang on. Production is tripled, and there's also one next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottrees Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clance Trust. That, I feel like, is worth noting. Okay. He had a daughter. we want this. Okay, so here's what we know. Alright, so we know that Elias looks like this. We know that his name is Elias. And we know that he is the first president. So we know that that's correct. We also know that this is probably Gwyneth, but we don't know what her original name was. Might be, maybe we've seen it, but we're gonna wait on that. Okay. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Okay, I can't open that yet. So, he had 5 children. Okay? 1, 2, 3... Okay, we know that one of his was Carl Jr. However, or not Carl Jr., Elias Jr. I don't know if we can make a jump into which is which just yet. We need to follow this up first, I think. So let's look at our evidence. No, not the hamburger. Okay. Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. A photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders and has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not only for his work as the Roottrees candy, but rather a clothing company, Root. There's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Rihanna was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. Looking for a creative outlet, she spent any free time she had at a sewing machine. Rihanna's new clothes were a hit, and with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who has a daughter. Wait, can I edit this? Delete? No. We want. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees wait. But isn't he president of Roottrees? Is Roottrees different than Root Candy Company? Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's finances refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Their daughter is somewhere fed, I hear. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first one did. Rihanna became their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Okay. Well, we know what you look like. Our ongoing coverage of who in the corporate world. Can I click these guys? Okay. So we know what Carl Roottrees looks like. He looks like this. And we know exactly who he is and what he did. Okay, so we know he has 2 cousins, which would be these. One of these guys. One of them is notable Roottrees, so they should be pretty easy to find. which will probably be... Was Jim Roottrees one of the ones? Jim and Ernie. Jim is probably the more notable. So let's try searching for Jim. I can't tell if Control-C works. Bad, my answer, Summer, is bad Doctor Who character. James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond LaRue. That is worth highlighting. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down the City. It's now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. We'll copy that. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you'll find mentioned are Cherry Tree and The Sounds of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. But if I search for Diamond's Dazzlers... Diamond's Dazzlers is the name of the official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You can find forum posts called Cool Things You Got in the Mail on a random forum about video games. One reply mentions that Jim and Diamond still send out a Christmas card every year to Diamond's Dazzlers. It accompanied by some pictures as well as some history about the fan club. Apparently, even though it is no longer available to join, Jim and Diamond still honor it themselves personally. There is a fierce debate in the subsequent posts about whether that's cool or pathetic. Amongst the pictures of Christmas cards from over the years, only one is relevant. The card from 1996 included pictures of Diamond and Jim and Diamond's young son, Wolf, as well as a note about his daughter's band, the Floozies. 1996 was 40 years ago. Join us next time for Rihanna Shine or Root for the Home Team. Okay, so let's look at our evidence now. Okay, so this has got you and Diamond, as seen in MMM. I wish, so I can't, can I guess I can do this, okay. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make this, make disco this sweet. Peter, okay, MMM. But great-grandson, so... son, grandson, yeah, it would be great-grandson. So I'm assuming because this has got to be Jim. Meaning that this is Diamond. They have 2 kids, but then there's also these 2. I'm not sure what that's for. Or rather, I'm not sure why there's 2 pictures here. Maybe it's like a friend or something. Anyway, we know that this is Jim. No. What? What is that? Maybe it's James? Because James could be like another name for Jim, right? And he was a musician. There we go. Brenda White and Diamond LaRue. We're doing pretty good here. Alright, so we know about Jim and Diamond. They had 2 kids, but there's still more evidence to look at. So hang on a second. You found a picture of a Christmas card from Jim and Diamond from their fan club in 1996. The description said it included a picture of his son, Wolf, listening to his parents' latest music. Okay, well, this is going to be... Wolf. Right? Well, no. Hang on, what am I talking about? No, that's not Wolf. That's nobody. No, sorry. This is going to be... One of these is Wolf. I don't know if it matters which one of these is which, because one of these is Wolf, and then the other one, Jim Deere. Where was okay, daughter's band the Floozies. So we want to search the Floozies. The Floozies are an all-female punk band operating out of New York City. They're mentioned in passing in an online review from earlier this year. Apparently, they were the opening act for the band. The reviewer actually... So do I even need to search periodicals in public library if it's just going to print stuff out? I think maybe eventually, but these are all, like, well-known people, so... they were the opening act for the band the reviewer actually came to see. The reviewer writes that she normally doesn't review the opening acts, but this one was unusual, and not because of the music, which she described as loud, fast, and repetitive, but not in a good way. The trio was extremely cagey about their identities. The reviewer asked the venue who they were, and she was told they were rumored to be the children of other famous musicians, and didn't want that to be why they became popular. The reviewer also mentioned that for an underground and unknown band with absolutely no following, their equipment was all extremely expensive, and not only were they selling CDs, but they only cost $1. They were probably losing a fortune. The reviewer said that although she bought a copy, she would be unlikely to ever listen to any of it again, except maybe Beef Baby, the 7th track. There is no picture of the Floozies performing live, but the cover from the CD they were selling, Conquistador, has been added to your evidence. What about Beef Baby? Beef Baby is a song by the Floozies. You can't find anything about it anywhere, but with a subject name like that, it's hard not to speculate on the subject matter, isn't it? Could it be a euphemism or about a newborn cow? Perhaps the Floozies are holding a grudge against a toddler. It certainly piques your interest, if only you had the time and resources to look into it further. I mean, the library is good, but... Alright, a CD from the band called the Floozies that was only available at the live shows. The credits and the cover say, guitar, vocals, Candy, bass, Nikki, drums, Nina. Okay, so when we looked at our information here, they said his daughter's band the Floozies, but I don't know if we knew... Okay, we got Nina on the drums. Good way to go, Nina. Candy and Nikki. So let's see if we look for Candy. Well, Candy's not going to give me... Candy's not a name. Nikki. How is it spelled? No. So then it's got to be Nina. Or Candy. I guess it could be Candy. But Candy is the company. No. So, Candy. But I guess it would be Candy Roottrees. Roottrees. No! No! No. Okay. Nina. Alright. Well, let's look at my list here. Hang on. Where's the, I do like the keyboard sounds, yeah. X does not do anything summer. This does, but... Alright. These are men. Women, there's Jem, Catherine, Brenda. Okay, Roottrees, Tessa, Samantha, November, Carly, Candy. There is a Candy Roottrees. Why are they not giving me anything for Candy Roottrees? No, but I don't want... See, this is the problem, because she's named after Candy! I need... Don't name your daughter after your main product. It's not gonna give me anything. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter, though, because I know that's her last name. So I know that she's definitely... So, hang on. I don't really need anything else, I guess. Because I can just go like this. And then she's a... musician, I guess. Okay. But that means we need to look up Wolf Roottrees. My daughter, Popcorn. Wolf Roottrees. No. Is it should be homemade. Wolf. You're telling me there's nothing about Wolf. I guess that makes sense, huh? Because he's not easily searchable. He's definitely on the list, though, right? Yeah. Okay, what did I have about him? I had... Possibly the worst thing they could have chosen for this game should have... I assume they did it because, like, family tree. Okay, so... Hang on. From 1996, 2 years ago. I mean, he could just be a kid then. Baby is an occupation, by the way. Is kid just an... Is there a child? Kid? No, so he's got to have an occupation because he's too old to be a baby. I guess he'd be a student. He could be student or student K-12. Okay. So, where's my Jim and Diamond history? What was the thing about a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna? So Rihanna, okay, but then the son was after. So my assumption would be probably K through 12, probably not in college just yet. Okay, so we have those two. Now we know. The other one, I guess we want to search. Let's look at the notable list again. I mean, it's a good starting point. So notable list. What notable root trees? Okay. We have Miracle Jr., Lauren Roottrees, Elias and Gwyneth Roottrees. Interesting that they're... I guess Gwyneth isn't off. I guess we should search for Gwyneth first, just to get this crossed off. No, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to search this. Alright, you find some information on the website for the first Anderson maple farm. So I was thinking Anderson. I did say that. I'm pretty sure I told you it was probably Anderson. Because, you know, all farmers are named Anderson. This is just the facts of life. Okay. You find some, there are a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. That photo was added to your evidence. Yeah, no, they definitely... I mean, this game is pretty good at feeling like an old computer. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the older sister, she was... Well, she wouldn't be the oldest sister. Oh, I see, oldest sister of... Okay, she was to inherit the Anderson maple farm so long as she married. They don't have any list of who our other siblings would be, so I guess it's not relevant. Before Elias took over, the farm produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias' idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 PCs, which are still found in stores to this day. Though the Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm, it has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and educational tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife in the early 1900s. Okay. What would Gwyneth's... Well, I guess let's... Hang on, let's look at... Also do... I guess it's because it's not locked in. Yeah, it's because it's not locked in. I'm like, why is that picture showing up? Because it's not locked in yet. Okay. We want... Okay, Elias and Gwyneth. So that's Elias. Which... But, well, it says it is Elias and Gwyneth, but, like, I guess it's a different picture. I guess it doesn't matter which picture you use. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias and Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the noble Roottrees list of your evidence. They will be marked on the chart with a star. Okay, well, we know that this is Gwyneth, and her occupation is housewife. Farmer. If that was... Okay, hang on. So I should have 3. Oh, but it says you had to have 3 additional blood relatives in the family tree. So technically she's not a blood relative, right? Like she is. She's notable, but she's not... Well, she should still count as blood related, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, see, this is one thing I will say, Summer, and that makes sense. This should be larger then. I get why, like, at the beginning it was just there, but... okay, so I just need to swap these two. Okay, so... But it won't... No, it won't let me... It will only let me pick male here. So this has to be this. So that means that... Okay, wait, then he has to be college then. No. Change the names first? Okay. this student college then? Okay, well let's try. I'm just making sure before I have to look for more information here. Housewife. There we go. I love getting none. Booyah.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Okay.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Thanks, mysterious woman who's probably, like, evil. Okay. So what do we have here? We got a bunch of stuff. Okay. Actually, I think I might take this moment to take a quick break. So, hopefully you guys have been enjoying. I know we had a rough start at the beginning, but I'm actually getting into this now, so... I will be right back, guys. 2-minute break. I am back. Hopefully you all are having a fun night tonight. Hope you're enjoying this. Let's make this bigger also. once I got out of the, like... Once I got out of the beginning portion, where I was, like, having issues, it's been better. What's the best way to use maple syrup, then, Naron, if you're still here? Alright, so we got Stephanie Jones for City Council, better for Butler County. It was buried under a ton of mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seems personal. It's a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. In the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butler County Times about her campaign. Also, audio and all that's still good, right, by the way? Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. Okay, so this is CM. Okay, I am curious about Stephanie Jones. We also have a whole bunch of pictures. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water damage picture of the free spirits out of frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Gwen and the boys. Okay. The photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath the candle in the corner of his office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your jobs can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you want to pay your respects. Okay. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Okay, so he was fourth president then. As for myself, it is impossible to express my gratitude. That's a note from Dark Souls. Which one? As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectation. I went outside at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We would never have done it without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay. And then... oh my lord. The photo has a note attached from your employer. Every 20 years or so, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, in childish print, writing, it says November. That's a name, by the way, so that's probably the name of this kid then. There is also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Ellie M. Okay. We got a lot of leads to find here. Alright, so where should we start? Okay. Okay, and this will also tell me what I have left to search for. I guess this is saying there's nothing else to find from... Well, no, there's no way that this isn't true. See, this is interesting. It's saying that there's nothing to search from this, but that's not true, technically. But I guess it's mostly the photos that you want to hear. Interestingly, there's one more on this one, which is probably Ernie Jr. Okay. So that we know Ernie Jr. had a kid. Okay, so hang on. We know we know that Ernie Jr. had a kid. However, to say, okay, here's what's interesting. Also, don't forget, family trees use surnames from birth, even if the person changed the name in marriage. Always use the person's most recent occupation. Okay. So one of his cousins was Ernie, right? We know that for sure. It says here, his second cousin Ernie Jr. So second cousin is, I'm trying to remember how, maybe we should, I'm trying to remember how families work. Because I'm wondering if I can't remember if it's based on, like... Welcome to your notepad. On each page, other than this one, you can jot down important information such as names, family relationships, marital status, and sibling count, or anything else you'd like to remember. Page titles can be renamed to make it easier to remember what you've written on each one. Highlight any text in your web browser. Blah, 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 blah. Siblings, often referred to as brother and sister, share the same parent. Cousins, people that share the same grandparents but not the same parents. Second cousins, sometimes referred to as distant cousins, people that share the same great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. Third cousins could also sometimes referred as distant cousins. Also distant. People would say the same great-great-grandparents. Okay, yeah. Schools produce yearbooks. Okay. So, second cousin would be the same great-grandparents. So, this is the same... This is a parent, shares the same grandparent. So, it'd be great... So, wait, hang on. So, this is parent... This would be cousin. And then it would be... Yeah, this would be this. So this would be... So they're one of the other ones. So if it's Elias Jr., it's whatever line had a lot... or not Elias Jr. Ernie Jr. would be whichever one was Ernie. Down the line at some point. However, we also know that he's dead. Which I don't know if that makes a difference. We know they didn't split up. But, like... I mean, I guess that's his occupation, right? Dead? Maybe I come back to this one once I get some more information, because we have a lot that we can search for. However, maybe we should just search Ernie Jr. See if anything comes up. Ernie Jr. was the former president of Roottrees Candy Company. He seemed to directly precede Carl Roottrees, and one website even says that he was Carl's mentor. He was apparently very successful as president, but not so much as a public figure. He was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to illness in 1996. He has since passed away. So it doesn't really give me any information that I didn't already know. Would... So hang on. Wouldn't it be under newspapers? You would think there'd be an obituary, right? That's not who I want. I need the newspaper name. Nicole's gonna be too young to have anything on the internet, right? I know there are other leads I could be chasing, but I'm kind of interested in finding this one. Because it is one of the pictures. No, Nicole... Hey, what is... evidence? We also have other notable ones. Maybe we should go this route to begin with. So, Gwen Roottrees... This is Gwen and the Boys. So that's got to be this person. Okay. Oh my god. You find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very organized and the search is broken, but you can get individual pages from your search. Okay. The Gwen Roottrees was... Gwen Roottrees is somewhat well known as a known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. There's a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes of one of her movies, which you now add to your evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which is quite rare in those days. Okay. The Guys Like Us cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence, and Harris Lane. Did you know trivia? The title is a play on words, as it can be read that two women are men similar to other men, or that men are fond of them. Oh, get it? Guys like us. They like them. There isn't even a Did You Know Trivia section about her. Okay, what about Harris Lane? See, I wouldn't be surprised if one of these ended up being like her husband or something. His largest role before Guys Like Us was as a villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harris Lane seems to be a dead end. Did you know Harris Lane married his high school sweetheart after they reunited as the movie premiere? No one cares. Okay. Let's look at this. Okay, so she's the great Gwen and the Boys. Yeah, it's definitely the same Gwen. Film school. I assume that's their, maybe her sons? From the free spirit, damage picture of the free spirits. So hang on. See, the problem is I don't know where even she belong on here, except for that she definitely got divorced. And then this section is like... Okay, here's the thing. She got divorced, she's a notable Roottrees. But she also shouldn't have been named Roottrees. So, therefore, she should be very easy to spot then, you would think, right? So... This doesn't make any sense, though. There's only 3 more notable Roottrees on here. Right? Or... 1, 2... There's... Okay. So there's 4 more notable Roottrees on here. But there's only 3 that I'm seeing on there. Unless I'm just blind. I wonder if she's under top secret. There's Miracle Jr. Oh, it can't be. What does that mean? Oh, okay, adoption. Okay. See, this is what's confusing me. Is there's 3. Okay. There are only 3 more that I am seeing that I haven't already filled out, right? And of those 3. All of them are connected to the Roottrees by blood. Unless I'm just not looking at this right. Because they would be over here. It wouldn't be like direct connection up to Elias. All the other ones are connected to Elias. Or wait, no, hang on. No, hang on. I'm misunderstanding. No. So she is directly connected to Elias. But her mother is the one. Her mother is the one that was a Roottrees. So her mother, right? Because they had one daughter. Okay, so I guess I don't know for sure, but I guess it could be in this set. No, because she definitely got... Okay, no, she definitely got divorced, so this is her. This has to be her. Okay, so this is her... I have too many pictures, also. They're not going to include the other picture, or I guess I never took the other one. Anyway, that's definitely her. So that is Gwen. And she would be a movie... an actress? Actor. Okay. So they split up. She had... So we don't know what this signifies, because this almost seems like it's not... But it doesn't... Like, there's a specific thing for adoption. It doesn't say... It says her divorce, though. But it's... Okay, hang on. It said... When you looked up Gwen Roottrees, it said... She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Okay, but what tabloids? I need a tabloid. Because I can look up periodicals, but I need to have the name of a tabloid. I can't just put tabloid and then put Gwyn Jr. or Gwyn Roottrees. No. What if I search Christmas Mission? It's on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I released in 1955. It was poor reviews and lost studio money. Gwyn Roottrees had a sole role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. As you know, the movie was marketed as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happening has ever been found. Okay. I don't know if I can find, like, I need tabloid information to find more about her. So I might need to just wait on that one. Alright, let's actually finish up the rest of these notable ones. I feel like that's the best way to go. So there's Red Roottrees, but that can't be his like, that has to be a nickname. I keep doing the wrong thing. Are you guys still here also? Aloysius Herring Roottrees, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only about 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. So he's not actually... So he's a red herring! He's a red herring! Oh, no pond. So that's why he's not actually a Roottrees. He's just some random dude. Alright, author Lauren Roottrees, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. Okay, so already we know if she's a distant relative, probably this one then. Okay, going back here. We know she's an author. Life Between Wars is her book, so out of curiosity, so I don't forget. Well, remind me to look. Remind me to check. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romantic novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Okay, so that would mean that her husband... But we don't know which... There's multiple Raffertys. Interesting. Okay. When her publisher learned she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of the family's notoriety. The selection of diary entries released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on the changing times and socialites all the way through the entry into Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style, and for a look into life in previous generations. After the synthesis of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under her name Lauren Roottrees. This included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. She followed the re-release up by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans refer to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Okay. Well, we know that she is a author. Or was, I guess she is. So it says, hang on, it says the recent occupation, but I guess retired doesn't count. You can't retire. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to go to the library. And we want to look up Lauren Roottrees and A Life Between Wars. So, Lauren Roottrees, A Life Between Wars. Published 1965, hardcover student edition, republished 1983, nonfiction. It seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has full... Oh my god. No, stop printing! You're wasting all my ink! This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You find a hardcover edition for students that has full-page, high-quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents of the book, photos, as well as some particularly relevant entries in the diary have been added to your evidence. I also want to search for... hang on. We want Lauren... I guess we could search Lauren Rafferty, see what happens here, but I was going to look for her other books out of curiosity. Sequel to Life to the Past. Author Lauren Roottrees, no, so this isn't actually... Alright, so we want Romance in Court, and I think Romance in Court should be fine. Okay, Romance in Court, and this should be Lauren Roottrees. The About the Author blurb mentions she had inspiration from one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. Okay, so that means that her this is Clancy, but we don't know if it's Clancy or Clancy Jr. I think it's Clancy, and the only reason I think that is because I don't think one of the kids... I guess we're going to look real quick. I don't think one of the kids were Clancy, but maybe they were. Or maybe we don't know... Didn't they have a list of what the children were at some point? I swear they had... I found a list of the names. Of all... But maybe I haven't, actually. I don't know, we might change that. Okay. So this is Lauren Roottrees. This is her husband. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages in A Life Between Wars. The book was published in 1965. The most important event that among was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Okay, so first off, this is you, and then you be her husband, which would be Jacob Rafferty. Okay. What is this? Once you verify this person, you'll be able to add... I can't... Oh, additional photos, I guess. Okay. While Lauren was pregnant, this left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and only had one child. So, So technically it would be... Clark Rafferty, because, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things to chase in this game. Well, Lauren was pregnant... okay. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean the following information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. Her mother's family was called the Corcells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always referred to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clarence Trust. Right, we saw that before. We should probably search up this Clarence Trust. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 PCs, the first generation of children by Gwyneth and Elias. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The Free Spirits. Okay, so that's who... when they say the picture of the Free Spirits, that's the generation after Lauren's, including her son. Okay. So, which would be including these guys. So... okay, we do need to look up the Clarence Trust. We also have... why is this still showing up? Oh, there's multiple... okay. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Rootree's Diary, written in 1953. This entry seems to be focused specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn, who is on the notable Rootrees list. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. When did she... they don't have... show... wait. But she wouldn't have had any brothers, unless... I'm confused there. Unless this is... during the summer where I stayed with her and Aunt Margot... okay, so this would be... Margot. Probably Margolite. But that means that Margolite would be the only female... right, I think we knew that, because it was her mother, so this would be father. So, yeah. Okay. I hope that she would be the sister I never had, and that I do the same for her. What a mess. But I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with her, but she just complained. To her, I was a lucky cousin. With Clark, I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her vision stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell the tales of how she gallivants around the... okay, so wait, okay, so she probably married Wild Bill then. She is the first Rootree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, would I make my own way in this world? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, there she goes again, hobnobbing with the glitterati. I am also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I raise a child without worry. Okay. An entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Rootree's Diary, and it is focused on the day her grandfather Elias announced he stepped down for the company. I wish I had been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 PCs refusing to step up, it came down to us, next gens. Pop argued at length that the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Rootree name. Interesting. Well, how does that work? Were they all the other ones' daughters then? Is this the only male then? I'm not even sure, but that definitely obviously changed. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who volunteered. Instead, it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5PC. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5PC. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad was always very particular when reviews came to the... Okay, so we want to highlight this. I guess this is also... I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. So he's fat. So we need to look for the fat guy, and that's Zach. Okay. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learn that Elias Roottree had given it in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time, Lauren writes. Okay. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters and Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told trim their branches in the family tree, so why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. And I'm not the only one to realize. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boy, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year at the... Oh my god, there's too much here. When I asked who Sam was, Pop just me and said it was complicated. So it's probably the thing in the middle that's the top secret. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands E.C. and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farmer a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. I have a hunch. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has been cozied into the family affairs, especially one who works on a farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren Rootree's diary. Clark's getting married and, in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. Okay, so... hang on. Clancy was... Who was Clark? Jacob and I got married at 16. Okay. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. Okay, so he was somebody's kid. I was in the last page, I think. Clark, like the rest of, what do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all that nonsense, but the only one who has any discipline is Carl, but that's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to academy. So that's Clancy's son. Okay. Wait a minute, though. But didn't... Wait a minute. Wait. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Clark's getting married, he's barely 18, and Danielle isn't much older. Clark, with the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call him? The one that is Carl. Oh, Carl. Okay, I was like, there's too many names. Everyone should have weird names like Wolf. But there isn't a Carl. What would be another name for Carl? What's a nickname for Carl? Carlisle, Carlton, Carl's. I mean, I guess it could be Carl. Carl Jr. was on here, wasn't he? There was Carl Jr., but why is that not an option anymore? I swear there was a Carl Jr. I have Carl locked in? I do have Carl locked in. Wait a minute. Zany, have you been enjoying this? Okay. So, hang on. Pop Force Clancy. Okay, but okay, here's what I'm trying to figure out here. Okay. So, Clancy, I thought, was her brother. It was mentioned somewhere. Pop is her father. Her father, who is always referred to as Pop. Okay, so... where... Right, I want to look up Starlet for sure. Maybe I am confusing... I'm stuck with Clark. Maybe she's not... Maybe I... Okay, hang on. Maybe I have her in the entirely wrong place. I read it as distant cousin, but maybe actually all of this is moved over. Because none of this makes sense if she's all the way over here. And it would also make sense that Pop would want it to be under the main, and eventually it would come back to being the main Roottrees eventually. But that would mean that all of these are girls except for one of them, which is... So Clark, okay. So hang on. And then she mentions 3 brothers, so that makes a lot more sense. So I guess their idea of distant is like fucked up. Like they don't want... This is distant. That's not distant. This is not distant. This is distant. So that... Okay. So then this should be Lauren Roottrie, actually. Okay, we're getting this fixed. So I read that and I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, there must be something wrong. Okay, so this should be, and then Rafferty Jacob. That means their son is Clark Rafferty. This makes a lot more sense for a lot of reasons. Okay. So now, going through this. So I'm stuck here with Clark. Clark is her son. Okay. But I definitely remember reading her brother. Hang on. Yeah, Edward, or Clancy. Yeah, because Clancy is... Okay. So here's what I figured. So going off of this, we assume that this is actually Edward, and this is Clancy Jr. And, I don't remember what his occupation is. Okay. I think this is, I think we've got things a bit better now. So Clark is getting married. And Danielle isn't much older. So Clark. Okay, so this should be Danielle. So that's Danielle Franks. Okay. So it's her son. Okay. There. Summer, you happy? I figured everything. I fixed my mistake. You're probably sitting there shaking your head. But, like, in my defense, it's a distant relative. And, like, to me, that'd be the furthest from the graph. Clark with the rest of the route generation of free spirit. Okay. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue. Pop seemed to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Okay. Don't judge me. I figured it out. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckler of My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when I was walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. I need to remember to search this. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. Okay, so Gwyn is there. So her other cousin would be Zach. Zach is president, but then, so he's either this line or... We have another notable Roottrees, which is probably Zach, I bet, maybe. Because he's fat. But I guess we'll just, like... But the free spirits and any other family, they all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay. So that was that. And then for other evidence, we have this. Contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 PCs. Okay, so these are the 5 PCs. This picture was famous in our house. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to a new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Okay. So, this is this guy. That's Edward Clancy. And I don't know what... I think he was a lawyer, right? Didn't they say he was a lawyer? Yeah. Okay. So we're getting there. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 PCs, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. I know Miracle has been mentioned. I gotta remember to... Eventually, I suppose to stop this tantrums, they posed us in front of a camera with Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay. Found out years later that they never even took a second photo. Okay. Lauren's diary containing some labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Okay, well, this is Zach, because he's fat. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 PCs photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and front of us. Okay, so this is Lauren. So this means that this is her brother. Eli. But which one is Eli? one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us are sure why including Sam. I also didn't think it was fair Miracle made it in since he's technically a 5-piece. Why is Miracle a 5-piece? I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Is that Miracle? Or no? Where's the... This guy? Oh, so Miracle is like younger. He must be like the youngest of the siblings. Of the original siblings. Okay. So... They also said Sam was in it. So there'd be the 4 brothers. Okay, Gwen, who wasn't pictured. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more slots plus Miracle. So that doesn't add up. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I guess one of them could have been 5, but then you're missing. Well, my assumption is, yeah, I'm assuming that this is Miracle. I mean, I could be, because he looks like, well, I guess I don't know for sure, but no, we already found red herring earlier. Okay, we're gonna come back to this. There's a things I need to search. So I need to search the other famous Roottrees. But real quick, I want to search. We do want to search her. Hang on, I'm just gonna save this note because I keep holding on to this one. Okay, we want to search for her other book, which is Swashbuckler of the Heart. But we want it under her original name, which is Lauren Raff. How do you spell that? What the heck was her name? Someone tell me how to spell Rafferty without having to. Well, I guess I can just look at the family tree. Raff E-R-T. Raff E-R. Out of print. No copies available. Re-release as X marks the spot. So that would be under her new name, right? Because if I do this, yeah, so it'd be Lauren. Published 1974, softcore fiction romance. According to the book, back of the book, this is a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees, and from the author of the Court series. It also says to keep an eye out for Lauren Rootree's next book, revisiting the diary 10 years later, releasing in 19... Okay, this is the... I'm like, there has to be some reason for this. There has to be some reason for this hunt for this random book. It has to lead to something. This is what they want me to find. Alright. This was a version of Lauren Rootree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between the release that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects, the death of Elias. A summary of the fall has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay. Alright. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decades between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottrees had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read out loud. Samantha Roottrees. Not... Okay, so Sam, but not guy Sam, girl Sam. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then the scandalous secret came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. But that's not on the... So that's got to be this. That's top secret. But it says you can only do this when the whole family... I wonder if I, skipped, if I'm just that good at finding secrets and I found something that's way earlier. So this would be Sam then, probably, right? But it wouldn't be Sam. Hang on. Yeah. So that has to be Sam, who is probably... Summer, how awesome am I? Could be the person with red hair, but I'm not entirely positive. I only say the person with red hair because she wouldn't have looked like anyone else. But that would be... Then this would be Elias Jr. then. I can't remember what his thing was. I think about the... And Patricia Christensen. So that would be this under here. What do you mean by the last name changing? What, Sam's last name changing, or... Patricia, the daughter of a local street Mongol, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand named known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Oh, yeah, no, I mean, that seemed really obvious. Like, I don't know, that just seems super, straightforward to me. Also, even if, you didn't think about that, the fact that there's, the fact of the matter is that, there's 2 names that you went by, search for both. Why not, Lauren mentioned that the wedding in her first diary, without knowing Patsy's history, Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. So wait, Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. So... maybe this isn't the right spot. I mean, I think it is because of the top secret stuff, would be my assumption. But what's confusing me is there's no other spouse, so it sounds like he like. Wait a minute. The illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. But then it says that when Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have. Even though she's not part of the clan's trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That's what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. But I don't know. I get. We'll hang on. We'll hang on to this. Okay. So we got more to look through. This is a page of additional notes and context from 1975, 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece of the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in her own way. So hang on. One thing I wanted to look at real quick is so the sister figure that she never was. Who was the other? Who is this girl then? We'll get through this. We'll figure this out. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Okay, and I gotta just highlight this for later when I get some more stuff filled out so I can better... What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it out all myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Alright, so that's not Sam. That is Sam. Okay. She doesn't have the thick glasses that Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay. This is a page of additional notes and context from 1975, 10-year anniversary release. It is a companion piece to the entry about her son, Clark. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottrees has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwen divorced Wild Bill. Okay, so we knew, I kind of figured that. Not that I blame her for that, given what I see, what he gets up in Starlit. But neither of us ever took a second husband. Hang on. Clark is getting married again. Clark's her son. Okay, I see. So Clark is getting married again. Because they split up. So 3. Clark sucks. Okay. Sure, I lost Jacob and Gwen. Okay, with the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Okay. So Clancy is one of her brothers. We already knew that. But there's also Eli C. and Edward. Okay, here's what I want to search real quick, just so I don't... The big thing about this game is making sure you don't forget things. Do they say anything about his father? No. I'm just trying to figure out which one would be Edward. We know one of them is Edward. And we know one of them is Elias C. We don't know which. We just know one of them is. Okay. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Oh, well, there we go. That's Elias C. And this one is Edward. Practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems... Or wait a minute. No, because there has... Because we knew Clancy said that was tough on Carl. So it had... Well, okay. Yeah, because in Eli C... Yeah, Jim's father. Okay. That makes sense to me. Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. He's a rock musician, maybe? So who knows what causes these things? I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. So that's Jane. So this is the second marriage. So this is Jane LaRoe. And then they have a kid, but then he gets married a third time. But still, I don't think a marriage can, on such a shaky foundation like that, can last. We do know that there's a band too. Okay. This page is from 1970. It is not a companion piece to any specific entry, but addresses feedback. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake, but that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, because this is Uncle Junior. Okay. Miracles Eli or Eli C. So Miracles Eli has to be the last one remaining. We don't know which one Miracle is. We just know that he has an Eli. Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa Eli was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those of the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father was named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. This is true in like actual life. Like, people are really bad at naming things. You get a lot of repetition, even in my family. Like, a lot of like the new kids are like at least referencing. They all have unique names, but they're all referencing like grandmothers or other stuff. Also, you guys still here? One thing that's always been consistent in our family. I hope this is interesting, by the way. I like these streams where I get my thought process, but I know it's not always everyone's cup of tea. Wow, Summer just posting nothing. Oh, it loaded in. Okay, the emo did load in at first. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli... Okay. Right, okay. I gotta remember, there's the oldest to youngest, so this is actually important. I think I mostly have it right anyway. Yeah, because you'd be the firstborn son. Okay, so that's fine. But anytime someone is firstborn... Okay. With the women, however, it goes all out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get mixed up as the generations go. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of Junior. If you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember at once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Yeah, so we already knew that, though, because it was Clancy Edward. Yeah. Though, out of curiosity, we will highlight this, because that might be worth searching. This is a page from 1975. It is not companion piece, but rather from bonus. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find that she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the offense. I got angry when I met a new girl who I did not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ears. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, I am glad she is gone." I am highlighting this whole thing. But this is written by her. This top secret thing must have something secret. Okay. Where are we at? What do I have copied? Okay, that. Okay, I have a bunch of stuff I need to search. Here's the first thing I'm going to search. We're gonna go to periodicals. We want Starlet, and we want Wild Bill. Wild Bill Williams was mentioned many times throughout the magazine's lifespan with stories and gossip about who he had been seen with in public, blondes mostly. 3 specific passages stand out. The first mention was one of his first roles under his real name, Walter Forsythe. Okay, so that's his real name. And then that would mean Walter Forsythe. Okay. The second is an interview. Although he doesn't mention her by name, you determine from context he's talking about Gwen Roottrees. All apologies to all the ladies, I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favor. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife, but even though the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. I only have eyes for her. Ironically, the third rumor is that his divorce from Gwen was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwen arguing in public while she was no longer holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after Gwen announced she was divorcing Wild Bill, and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumor more credibility. Okay. So I'm gonna look. No. We want Walter Forsythe. A movie called Gal in the Gang, which was directed by Bruce Throckmorton. It appears to be a low-budget comedy, but there's no other information about it anywhere. Well, who's Bruce Throckmorton? He's a prolific movie director who released most of his movies could be described as camp, especially those in the early 1970s. One of his signature flourishes was to include a silly message a minute or two after the movie credit ended. Most of these have been cut from home video releases of his titles. As fascinating as this is, okay. I mean, it was worth looking into. Alright, let's look up this. Okay. Let's get that last famous Roottrees. Okay, so Miracle Jr. Okay, so this should help fill in a bunch of stuff. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a TV evangelist who is a part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many nations. Okay, so since it's the last one, this is Miracle Jr. But we don't know. We can assume that this might be Miracle Jr., honestly. Because then this would be Miracle. Which would be this guy. But here's the thing. When we look at the journal, no, I want Miracles Eli or Eli C. But the juniors are always first. So this would be Miracles Eli. So this would be Eli M. Okay. And he's a TV... what? Scam artist. Con artist. I mean, I guess he could have changed stuff later. Media mogul. Asshole. Alright. According to the website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and specifically charged with a conspiracy to defraud the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed it was his wife Edith's sister in disguise. The author also mentioned that Edith has a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. Edith Jacobson. Our family names were always unusual. Grandpa... No, sorry. He has lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Why is there a website called Clergy Watch also? No. What am I doing? Miracle Network. We find a website for Miracle Network, a production company run by Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones with the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brother and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth this late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God and His Son, he persevered. He triumphed with these complications, blah, 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 blah. 23 years later, Miracle Roottrees Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. He unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. New England, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, let's look at the evidence. Okay. So he's that guy in the one. When is power of the Lord, Summer 96, three generations of miracles tour. Featuring testimony from the world-famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottrees in his 68th year on God's earth. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle III, and his wife, Nicole. However, I don't think there is another miracle. There is. I lied. There's three miracles. Pastor. What? Why? Why is that not an option? Hang on. Priest? Is it priest? No. What? Preacher. Preacher. So you would also be a preacher. And then you're this guy. You're this guy. I'm also going to assume that, like, technically you would be this guy. They want to count that instead. I don't know if we know what Miracle was. I guess we could assume that he was also a preacher. Yeah. Look at how awesome I am. We got so many miracles. 3 miracles, in fact.
You're listening to WRTT.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottrie family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTT News. Again, that's WRTT.
Well, so then the person that's giving us this stuff is crazy then. Told you. Oh, that's cute. You get Game Boy versions of the music. That's cool. Arguably, some of this could be useful. But none of these have authors, so I don't know if this would actually help. How do I get out of here? Okay, we know his wife is Nicole also. We don't know which Nicole. Remind me to fix this in case this is wrong. We're gonna say it's Smith. Okay. The photo you were given may have been stolen from Carl's office. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD to find out more. News is your local investigative jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview online with a psychologist. During the interview, it is revealed that there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it's likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes on to posit the culprit had an alternative agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have had it in their possession. A comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottrie curse being a real, true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Alright, I'll bite. I'll bite. Let's look up the Roottrie curse. There is a long, rambling conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on a black background that says the Roottrees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottrees company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. He poisoned. And now just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Okay, so we knew Ernie... Okay, so Clark is one of his cousins. So this means this has to be Ernie. It would be Ernest Madsen. Oh, wait a minute. Hang on. Okay. So when we look at no. And his second cousin, Ernie Jr. Okay, so second cousin would be... So where's the Ernie? We don't have an Ernie yet. The second cousin would be the next down. So I don't have an Ernie Jr. yet. Okay. I'm sure we can figure it out. There's another entry that claims that if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5-piece wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneously, 4 day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Sticky, have you not been listening? Because I've definitely been saying 5 pieces this entire time. What do you think about this conspiracy site? I agree, Naron. That is fair. I hope nothing bad. An entry from a few months ago claims that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75, Prodigy US, asking him to track down his site with faked proof that Ernie Jr. actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert in creating fake evidence. We love this guy. Chris Raff. So we definitely saw Rafferty probably, right? Okay, so it could be on this. Because, yeah, Clark Rafferty. So it would be. But Ernest Jr. Wait, no. So this wouldn't work, though. Because. Hang on. Ernie Madsen Jr. Maybe he's just related to the family. They're not directly related. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company factory, simply taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website owner says all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Alright, let's search this man. Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about the mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees website, Curse website, you can also find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. And that in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Is Naran still here? This is like your guy. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Number, which claims if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then multiply the current year by the same stock prices, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. True. Bottoms up in the Devil Labs. Spirit Cola is a carbonated drink only found in the southern U.S. It comes in various flavors, including lemon, lime, and cherry. None of this seems to have anything to do with the Roottrees. Okay. Alright, where are we at? Alright, let's try to clean up some of this stuff. So, can we find anything about Miracle Roottree? No, that's the Miracle Network. See, I don't say who is the husband or who the... So then, can we find anything about Margolite Roottrie? No, we don't need to learn about the time cubes. I know there's a whole bunch of stuff I can be searching for right now. Okay, here's what I want. Hang on. Let's do this. Okay? Let's... The 5 PCs ad... Okay. So... They said it was by their initials. They mentioned something about the initials. But I guess none of them would be Roottrie, right? So B, but like BR would be... They definitely mention initials, but none of these line up. Maybe not, you know what, let's... Okay. Let's finally... Let's look at this campaign mailer, because I've been holding off on this for a bit. We got this a while ago. Let's look up Stephanie Jones, because she's definitely searchable. Alright, you learn from election results page that Stephanie Jones, a candidate for city council, won her campaign on election day about a month ago. You find no mention of the Roottrees in any article about her. Stephanie also has a very bare bones website for her campaign. It's simply a picture of her campaign mailer, and underneath it says, be sure to read the full article in the Butler County Times. Alright. But we want Butler County Times, and we want Stephanie Jones. Alright, the most recent mention of Stephanie Jones is a small report detailing the election results from last month's election. Stephanie apparently won her election. You can also find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to local business owner Brian Jones, has lived in Butler County her whole life. Stephanie grew up in a home without a father. With my mother and her partner, I essentially had an entirely female influence. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who has appeared in the front page of the Butler County Times in the past, has often come out opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation and indigenous trees to expand their maple farm. Unlike my mother, I am not a fighter. I want to bring love to the world. Okay, so hang on. There's got to be more to this. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, to say the least. Okay. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out statements supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. Okay, so we have... Abandoned as a pup, she was found by Muriel. Okay, we also have... Okay. Gwyneth M. Miracle Jr. See, there has to be Stephanie there. Didn't we have on the back of Child's Birth? No, this says November. Okay, so wait, who is November Roottree? Or maybe that's your mom. It might be, well, okay, so that was Carl. It's got to be in this line. CM. Okay, hang on. If we go in like this random person. CM would be Caroline Morden. Is that the only CM? I think it is. Caroline was listed on a few artist websites without much detail. She seems to be associated with a movement called P-Flag. An organization founded in the 70s, the acronym stands for Parents and Friends of Lesbians and Gays. Nothing, what about just... I am wondering, they split up. Here's what's interesting. Okay, so this is married. All the ones are married. Even when they're like divorced, they'll have something of like married, right? Is this implying that they adopted? So, but okay, guardian adoption. This seems like adopted this kid, but then they never married. So I do wonder if this isn't Stephanie. They only have Stephanie Landon and Stephanie Cattrall. Hang on. What was the name that I searched for? Stephanie Jones. So there is no Stephanie. And there's 11 in this one. Stephanie Jones. Stephanie. Our options are Stephanie Landon and Stephanie Cattrall. What was her mother? Right, because she would have married. But then they would have had. No, I think I'm making a lot of jumps here. This is not. There's Sam. No. Who was the mother that I just searched? I searched for. Caroline Morden. There's got to be Stephanie's mom, but. Well, that would imply that this name would be Jones. But there is no Stephanie, so she would have married. Okay, right, because she would, but she would have been the original name, not the married name. Is the only thing. So her married name is Jones. So but see, if she married Brian Jones, there's no kid, and that implies that there would be a child. I don't even know. This is like, I'm like, not even like fully. This one's weird because I don't know why there's not more connecting this. Okay. Let's try to fill out more of this side in general. Zach Roottrees has to be a president, right? So there has to be information about him. Okay, let's bite the bullet at this point. I know I have a bunch of notes to still search, but let's finally look up. First off, let's do. Hang on, I have a few things to do here. First off, we don't really need this anymore. We don't need this. We don't need this. Has released 2 catalogs every year. Okay. Oh my! How do I spell it? Okay. I mean, I'm going to look up the trust thing, too. Butler County is located outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. While the Roottrees Candy Company now has its headquarters in the city, the company began on a small farm within Butler County limits, and the area has a lot of history with the family. The Butler County Times is presumably a local paper. I think that's the one I searched, right? Yeah. It's been automatically added to your... Yeah. Side note, a video game called The Roottrees Are Dead was once set in Butler County, and it turns out the creator never lived in or near Butler County, or even had any connection to Butler County. It's meta. The Roottrees Are Dead, not to be confused with a similar game called The Fluknets Are Bread. Huh, you're really doing this, are you? The Fluknets Are Bread is a game about a fictional family of ducks who live in Duckler County. Their 3 sons, the Flukenet brothers, accidentally offend a witch who turns them into bread. They are then eaten by some of the other citizens of Duckler County. It's all quite grim. The player must identify all of the ducks in the area, their lineage, and of course their occupation to find out according to the slogan, which ducks killed the Fluknets. If you're looking for a hit for that game, I heard one of the ducks is a bank robber who goes by the name Safe Quacker. There, I hope you're happy. Now go back looking at the retreats. I do not. Part of me believes that this is actually relevant. Okay. Anyway. The creator of the game does not even know anyone who lives in Butler County has never been there. Instead, he just randomly picked somewhere on the map near a major metropolitan area that sounded reasonable and hoped not to somehow accidentally offend the people that actually live there. Cool. Okay, well that doesn't help me. Let's look up. Okay, well hang on. So it seems that Brenda Roottrees. Okay, that's not relevant anymore. Her name is Carly Roottrees. Apparently, her parents have planned to name. Yeah, after their. Okay. Liana is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. Did we ever figure out who TMS was? I think we did. Yeah, based on just process elimination. I eat root tree candy all the time. My favorites are Maple Crisp and try to dress in plaid. Sometimes I want to. Okay. The help of his son Elias Roottrees Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built in Butler County. Okay, Elias Roottrees Jr. So, he is an architect. And we know he has to be... Did they not open up a picture for... Oh, I can put... Yeah. So this is gotta be him. Because I've unlocked it now. I'm not sure what this picture... I wonder if this is just like younger pictures of them, maybe. Like alternate photos, if that's what that's for. In which case, let's do that to get rid of some of these. Welcome back. You missed like the best stuff ever. Nah, you missed Spirit Cola, and you also missed the whatever the fluke nets are bread. Okay, I'm trying to think if there's any other alternate photos that are worth putting in here. So this is probably her, right? We said, or hang on. I'm just trying to get rid of some of the. This is just useful for getting rid of some of the photos in general. Okay, she's the blue one. Yeah. Okay, we said... Okay, hang on. There was something about some of these pictures I can definitely figure out based on this picture. Yeah, so, hang on. Okay, so this would be this one. And then one of these is probably this. Fluke knees. I don't know if we had another picture of Carl. Oh no, we definitely did, because there was one where he was in the Carl was in the middle. Or wasn't he, or... No, I don't... Which one would be Carl based on this picture? Right, we also had this. Ernie. Did we ever figure out where Ernie was? I don't think we have. I also don't know if we figured out another picture of her yet. I mean, this should be mostly fine. I just wanted to clear up some of the extra photos, mostly. Okay. Go back to my notes. Oh, I don't want... No. I didn't... I thought that was just talk to Rubber Duck. I didn't think it was actually hint. Okay. Elias Roottrees Jr. That's what I was looking at. I wanted to see if there was a picture of him. He would be one of these. Pop is on the left. Right, because Elias... Okay, so that's why he... When they were like, well, why there are males, right? It's because... Okay, so this has to be Elias Roottrees, the middle one. Was it that? Yeah. But he hadn't married initially, was the thing. Okay, so that's Elias Roottrees. We already have Miracle, and then there's two girls. One of them... I'm going to assume, based on process of they're both blonde, this is probably her. And then that would mean that this one has to be you. I don't know if we remember what her name was. But we know one of her sons is Zach. Okay, so that helps a little bit. So we can get rid of this. Okay. Elias's daughter, the first of 5, has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to 1922. Elias amounts 5. Four more fall leading to... Okay. Yeah, so she would be the oldest. That makes sense. Okay. This... Each of the 5 flavors is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children, 1 per child. But here's the thing. I don't know if I buy that. Okay. Elias Jr. Okay. You have Elias Jr. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such. Wait a minute. These are probably not the same. Okay, wait. These are not the same. Yeah. Not the same as back then. Okay. That's what I'm like, there's something obvious I'm missing here. Let's look up 5 PCs. From marketing material and the various candy history, you learn that 5 pieces of candy. Although they are no longer the candies company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that have, since the late 20s, have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, though they usually have one flavor that looks more like a berry. Tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through to the website, it seems like all the image links are broken. Alright, well, I don't need to do that. I can just go to the library. Charles Lee. This is part of a book series about all things candy in the modern world. The book ends with a look at the future. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see where they got pretty much everything wrong. Okay. Alright, you found the advertisement in The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. It's from 1928, 6 years after the debut of 5 Pieces. It's stated that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, Miracle Berry. That's not even just like named after. That's just literally my child. Like, my child is now candy. Alright, so we know elderberry is Elias, cinnamon extract is that also is a Pokemon. Cinnamon extract is Edward. Melon, and then the newest flavor, Miracle Berry. So we need to find the G. Well, she wouldn't have been Gwen. Okay, hang on. But so Zach. Okay, here's how we do this. Zach is Wilson. So she would have, but she would have married a Wilson. So if we figure Wilson, oh, there's multiple Wilsons. She would have been Roottrees though, right? So she would have either been Gwendolyn Roottrees. Well, that's the only one. It has to be Gwendolyn Roottrees then. Gwendolyn. That's not how was it spelled? Gwendoline. Well, Zach. Okay, so Zach Wilson should show up, though, right? Wilson. Zach with an H. No, not H. They're really not going to have anything about the president of the Roottrees Corporation, the second president. Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson. No. Alright, let's go back to my notes. License of the first. Okay, so this is pretty much good now. Carl's cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer, had a daughter around the same age. Okay, yeah, we got that. Carl has a second cousin, Ernie Jr., who had just become president of the Roottrees at this time. So Ernie Jr. We don't know where Ernie Jr. is. But obviously he has to be... I guess he could be here. Okay, let's hang on. Let's come back to that. Jim and Diamond, his wife Diamond LaCroix. Okay. Delete no. Well, hang on. I wanted to search. I want to see if I can find the other picture. Sound of laughter. You can't even find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful. Some basic linear notes exist on Jim Roottree's fan page, and it says that the lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim Roottreee and the vocals are credited to Diamond Lord. Diamond's Dazzlers. The name of official fan club for Jim and Diamond. You find a forum about cool things you got in them. No, I definitely read that. That was there. I got the hit card. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I'm not. I'm sure she's in the picture of the next gens, or something. Or maybe she's not. I don't know. I'll figure that out later. It's not a big deal. I don't need these extra pictures. Jim and Diamond's young son Wolf. Okay, Floozies. Here's the bonus. When I pulled the water damage of the free spirits, this fell out too. Couldn't make the back of the photo. Or back of the photo is. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris, Gwen, and the boys. Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. Okay. Couldn't have much. Debbie. Yeah, the photo shows in November. No, this is neither of this ended up being anything. We already got a lot of that. I think this is not relevant. Starlet. I guess we could look. I don't think there's much else to find, but I guess maybe we could find more about her sons. So we could look. Hang on, we want periodicals, we want Starlet, and we want Gwen. What is Gwen? Gwen. Two ads. Most messages are around the time of her divorce to Wild Bill Williams. The gossip is speculative. Some focus on the fact that when she announced her divorce, she was also pregnant again. There's also an interview from earlier in mid-1957 where she was asked about her last name. She answered, "The power of name is undeniable. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottrees has power." Alright, Cornwall. That would mean that this is you. You are Cornwall. Linus Cornwall. Perfect. Alright. My husband simply goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name, and he's repurposed for himself. But Wild combined with the alliteration. I know readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this is a Starlight exclusive about both of us. Well, have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottrees for the last name, not Williams. But also, we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honor both our family names for the next generation. Okay, that means that their kid is, and this would be the oldest, so this would be the first one, is R. Roottrees. So it's either Robert or Ronald. Could be both. Let's look up Robert Roottrees. Robert.
Ripper!
Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Ronald Roottrees. I mean, I guess it could be both, but I don't know for sure that it is. I also think it's interesting that this whole thing is like sanctioned off. Okay. This we can get rid of. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn. Okay. Firstborn son of the firstborn PC. Okay. So this means that this has to be Zach. And there's only one Zach. So this is Zach Wilson. He is the president, the second president, and he is fat. So he is. Where are you? This guy. But this means that there's another Wilson would have to be Steven, Jem, Jason. Okay. That's good. Pop regular length the company should stay. We still have the Roottrees name. Yeah, originally these weren't, but like, because yeah, that's why that's confusing there. This one's the Roottrees name. I mean, I guess technically this would too, right? But I don't know. But Miracle was probably too young at the time. Okay, yeah. So all the other ones, and then they changed Roottrees. Okay, right. So that's the explanation for all of that. Okay, so this can get rid of. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach. Angie is older than Zach, and I'm the next oldest of us all. Okay, so if Angie is older than Zach, then it has to be. Wait a minute. So she had 3 brothers. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Firstborn son. But that doesn't mean he was the firstborn. So that means this is Zach. And then this would be... But there's no Angie. There's Angelica Morden. Wait a minute. She's He's older than Zach. No, this has to be Elias. And we know Elias was... That has to be right. I know it's not locked in yet. I also don't have her occupation. It couldn't be Miracle because Miracle was too young. So where the heck would Angie be? Angie would have to be here. But that doesn't make any sense because it would be less... Oh, no. It would... Well, no, but it's supposed to be the... Isn't it supposed to be the original... It should be the original name, not the married name, right? So why would it be Morden? Never forget the cuss words. Yeah, okay, you already knew he was fat. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren's. So, but like that means that this has to be her then. Which would make sense. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me he looked a lot like Pop did. So Eli would be this one. So that would be... Right. Okay, her brothers. Okay, Carl Jr. or Clancy Jr. is probably... this guy based on hair color. That would mean that you're this one. Given it to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, we summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwen in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. We recognized Sam and Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. At the reception, I asked who Sam was. Pop shuts me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam with one of the front hands. EC and John when he drove past. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently when he was writing his, Sam gave him... Clark's getting married. Harp seemed to have gotten over it because everyone said to take over when he... What was his department? Wasn't he a lawyer? I think we already knew this, right? Yeah. So he would be a lawyer then. Okay, we already got that. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad person after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Okay. Angel and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the three of us were all about the same age. Mr. Morden, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. Okay, so that's... Oh, it's Zachariah. Zachariah. That's what was... Okay. That was what was confusing me. There we go. Stop having weird names. I'm just kind of doing some cleanup right now. No, I'm gonna get arrested.
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it, but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
Okay. Dun dun dun.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
Leave me the entire fortune.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay. Alright, Summer, how are you ranking my performance so far? Don't judge me. Okay, so we know that... So you're Morden. You're Morden. You're also Morden. And therefore you had to be James Morden because there's only one other Morden. Okay. Gwendolyn Morden has to be on this side because... But there's only... Hang on. Gwendolyn Morden... Oh, we already have Caroline Morden. Why did I put what? I think that's actually probably right. But then this would be Gwen. Okay. Okay. See, this is always me, though, right, Summer? I get stuck on strange things, and then meanwhile, like, the big, like, tripping points for most people, I, like, get way faster than anyone else would get. Typically. Like, I'm pretty sure that book was not supposed to be gotten as early as I did, the biography. The thing with it, as I'm not looking at the full list of names, so like with Zach and the last name, like that was just, I typed in Zach and didn't even think to type in to see all the Z names, but like that's not a big deal. Okay, she has twins. So I can maybe figure that out based on, it has to have a last, okay, hang on. I can probably do this based on process of elimination, right? If we look at the list of names, okay. So we would, well, but the only thing would be last. Okay, hang on. What do we have? We have White, Wilkins, Wilson. I guess there is a Wilson, so maybe she named it after her brother, or somebody named one of their kids after Zach. See, there's 3 Wilsons. So those could be, but I don't think I can really jump to those conclusions just yet. Okay, this one we got. All right, let's finally look up the Clans Trust. The Clans, pronounced Clansed, Trust is a highly unusual cooperative arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottrees, who was Elias's son and the Roottrees Candy Company's head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts, representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth, and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Clans Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees versus RR. Okay. Remember, RR would be the son of Gwen, the movie actress, probably, right? In 1994. While looking for the Clans Trust, you often find mentions of the 5-piece PC guarantee, which went into effect around the same time. Okay. Alright, well, we want to look up... First off, we want this court case of the Roottrees versus RR. You find very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clans Trust. A student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a legal oddities website. I'm doing it at this point to annoy Summer, I think. I don't know if I'm really annoying Summer. I just think it's funny. To be fair, in this universe, maybe they did name it PCs. You don't know that. They also named their family the Roottrees. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Well, I assume that would be Sam then, unless they're talking about someone else. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the Clans Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendant of Elias Roottrees without completely dissolving the trust. There's no additional information online. Crime. The 5-piece guarantee is in a combination with the Clans Trust was Elias Roottrees' attempt to ensure that the Roottrees Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of the Roottrees president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 PCs. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clans Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this is a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economic enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. Okay, well, none of this really helps me. Okay. We gotta... The book... This book has a lot of stuff. Okay, we figured out this. And... why is it... No. Stop. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo. Why? Why is it doing this thing? Where? Samantha was sent away to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand. Okay. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been lured day to day. Okay, well, okay. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem... So this is Ernie... Okay, hang on. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her family seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Okay. So, we don't have Ernie on here yet. Hang on. Clearly I didn't know a true 15 when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrees. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. See, here's what I'm trying to understand. Okay. So she's talking about Sam. Sam is here. That's not Sam. Sam is here. Okay. They said Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. And then Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. So he would be the third president, right? Well, I thought the third president was... I thought he was the fourth president, actually. Or did I already find the fourth president? Here's what I'm trying to understand. There's Ernie and Ernie Jr. So by Ernie, do they mean that was her husband? And if that's the case, then it would be Ernest Madsen Jr. But then that would be the Ernie that was... Hang on. Would that even be second cousin? No. Because here's the thing. So it's the second cousin we said would be one of these ones. Right? This would be cousin. This would be second cousin. So it would have to be here. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. But there's no other Madsen. No, not... Yeah, because he would be Morton, so he wouldn't... So Ernie would be... Okay, I think this is right, but here's the thing I'm getting stuck on. A different great-grandparent. That's not what the help said, though. Well, I guess that would make sense because of like the welcome said, sometimes refers to distant cousins, people that share the same great-grandparents but not the same grandparents. Oh, I guess, yeah. So technically they don't share the same... Yeah, Gray. Okay. So this would be Ernie Jr. So Ernie Jr. was. Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., who had just become president of Roottrees at the time. But so we know. So okay, Zach was president. He was the second president. If Ernie was learning it from that, like, then as of right now, he'd be the third president. But that means there was another president before. I wonder how much time had passed. Okay. So we know Ernie, and then we know on this, we know Ernie's dead. Nicole, Debbie. Okay, so this would be Deborah Bean, and that would be Nicole. That's it. Okay, which would be, she is a student. And she is this girl. Here's the thing. I thought they said something about the juniors always going first. Hang on. Where's the book? Where's the book? Unusual. One of the things I've been consistent is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Okay, but again, firstborn son, that doesn't mean they were the firstborn. So I think because she has a picture, and they would at least show there a picture, this has to be Ernest Jr. This is like I'm a crazy guy with a note board right now. Okay, this is the third president. So this would be Nicole Madsen. And you're a student, probably. Okay, so this would be Bean, Mr., Mrs., and you would be this person. Okay. So, by that logic, there's only Gwyneth who has left. Okay. Is there a way to look? Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson. So then he would be the fourth president then. So what? When did they have next president, Guy Hudson? Who the heck is Guy? Guy Hudson. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the five-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. It was an attempt to cater more towards what he thought the average person wanted. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was often a source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like the wealthy. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less than a year that year than it had any other year except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Okay. So, he is the third president, and I assume got fired pretty quickly. So, what do we have left here as far as... Okay, we know that this is RR. One of these is RR. We know these ones. Roottrees Elias, okay? So these are both still have the Roottrees name because he was like, yeah. Even though they kind of like dropped the Roottrees name. Okay, so we got those all figured out. So by process of elimination, the assumption is that she married a Hudson. Now, she clearly didn't marry Guy Hudson. Guy Hudson would be her son. So, it's either Bonnie, or it could be Bonnie, so it has to be Christopher. Meaning one of these is Guy Hudson, and one of these is, Bonnie Hudson. Bonnie Hudson. So, I'm gonna assume Guy didn't have any kids. I don't. This is based on literally nothing, but that's what I'm saying. And this would be Bonnie Hudson. Okay, we know that Guy was the third president, and we know he sucked. Okay. So, on the back it says, Bonnie, next president Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Carolyn, Gwyneth, Jim Roottrees, Clark, Carl. But these are the free spirits. Right. But are these in order? Do we assume these are in order? Because they can't be. Because we know that we know that Miracle Jr. is this guy. And so it can't be in order. One of these is also Jim Roottrees, which is James Roottrees. We could probably figure that out just based on look. Probably that guy. Actually, no. You know what? It's either that guy or this guy, because that guy looks like hippie hair. It might be this one. I don't know. Do we assume that their spouses are in here though? I don't know. Okay, here's the thing you gotta figure. You gotta figure that she had like orange hair, or like, so it's probably these two. So this guy is probably Guy. So we would assume that this is Guy Hudson, and then we would assume this is Bonnie Hudson, right? That seems like a reasonable guess. And that would make sense that Bonnie would be here because any kids, there is no other Hudsons. The Hudson line is dead. So, and then you would be, there we go. Perfect. I am the best at this game. I'm so good at Roottrees. Alright. We're about halfway done. I might just play this whole game because I'm kind of into this, honestly. This might be a long one. But I'm going to take another break here. So I'll be right back, guys. 2-minute break. I am back. Are we still here also? Hi. Summer, I am curious as to what you could possibly, like, I'm very curious as to what you could possibly, what would have been the right flow. Like, how are you supposed to... I feel like maybe the book was supposed to be found earlier, because how would you have figured out some of this stuff without knowing the book? Interestingly... Okay, I think they said that nobody else is... They just had all housewives, I think. So I'm assuming most of these are housewives. So you might as well get a few of these figured out here. I feel like I remember reading that he might have been a musician too, but I guess not. Because I definitely know I can fill in a few of these that I haven't filled in. We don't know her occupation. I guess she was a farmer, right? Yeah, there we go. Like, there's definitely something we can get. Just assume everyone's a housewife. Advice to live by. Okay. So we got everyone. The only thing we don't have is who their mother was, which I don't think was mentioned in the book. And if it was, I don't remember. The first book you're supposed to get, and then you use the periodics to help with stuff you. What have I been guessing? I haven't been guessing anything. I have been using educated assumptions based on facts and logic. You're not the president, also. You're probably a housewife. Okay. So okay, Caroline. The problem is I don't have any other periodicals. I guess technically I could like go through Starlit or Butler County Times and look Caroline Warden. There's nothing. Sam and the Madison line requires a second book. Which is weird to me because you get Ernie's picture so much faster. Okay, so the free spirits, we have to figure out Ernie, the spitting image of his mom. See, some of this like they're like, oh, they're spitting image. They're like you can't tell me that looking at the person isn't supposed to be part of it. Okay, I think this is Ernie. You can say, "Oh, you're basing it on nothing." No, no, I'm basing it on a process of elimination. But unfortunately, not many of them have dark hair anyway. But what I'm curious about... So here's what I'm thinking. The childless one had November. It was part of the free spirit, so that was the generation was the free spirit. So it wouldn't be a kid, it would be a kid free spirit. And I'm wondering if it wouldn't be... I don't know. Okay, let's go back to my notes here. Okay, I think we mostly figured this out. We could never have done much without you two fighting for us. Debbie. Okay, we got this. November. Okay. An entry titled Sam. Gwyneth had been pushing. Cousin was doing well as ex not better president, pregnant, and after Any kids lucky to have her. It's been a long time since a real Roottrees has been excited. As bonus, Gwyneth has a green thumb of her adopted grandfather. And her adopted grandfather. But, like, I guess that's not, wouldn't be technically adopted, right? Of her mother and her adopted grandfather. There's something with the top secret thing. Okay, so Gwyneth... Gwyneth would be a gardener. What? Okay. What's another word for gardener? There is not. Well, I guess she could just be a housewife. I mean, I guess you could be a farmer too. I guess, like, you know, gardener and farmer is two different things, but you know, sure. Interestingly enough, where is that one from? That's from... Okay, hang on. So we have a few things that... First off, why did this not... Oh, because I didn't have... Okay, yeah. Okay. If we assume this is actually Stephanie Cattrall. But I don't know, but that would be a politician, right? Politics. I don't think that's right. Well, I don't think I've been guessing that much, Summer. I've been using my brain. If I can guess it, then it's not my fault. It's the game's fault for not being more cryptic. Okay, this is what I want. So hang on. Let's search up Clark Roottrees. Okay. What about... Hang on. He's marrying Jane to not break up the band. So, let's look up Jane LaRoe. Wait a minute. Isn't that the same last name? Yeah! Interesting. Jane LaRoe, but there's Diamond LaRoe. I mean, I guess it's not, like... Jane Del Vecchio is listed on a talent for hire website as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions that she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRoe of the Lucky LaRoes. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you wish to actually hire her, and that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. Or her sister. Maybe sister-in-law. No, I want the Lucky LaRoes. You're really not giving me any else for Lucky LaRoes? Okay, well, okay, so hang on. They would have a kid. Kid would be Roottrees. So there's Raftery, LaRoe, and... Oh, you know what I bet happened here. Did he marry her sister? Oh, he definitely married her sister. He definitely married... This guy sucks. And how does this connect to Diamond? There's too many LaCroix. I don't know how to spell LaCroix. I don't even think that's right. Oh wait, no. Am I mixing? Wait, hang on. There's Diamond. Hang on. Diamond LaRoe. No, it's not LaCroix. It's LaRoe. Where did I get LaCroix from? LaRoe. LaRoux. There's nothing about Kim LaRoe. But hang on. The website doesn't have anything, but we can always count on Starlet. What about Jane LaRoe? Okay, what about Jane Delvancio? You're telling me Starlet doesn't have anything. Though I wonder if the Business Watch would have stuff about like Zach. Oh my god, I hate. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sisters, are no strangers. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sisters, are no strangers to love to the public when it comes to Roottrees snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisement as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now, Guy is taking over the Roottrees company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those adorable redheads? Guy credits his mother and father Angie and Christopher with providing their fiery mother and father Angie and Christopher. Okay, I think I already have this though. Yeah. Arguing over everything but chocolate will grow up and take over the whole company. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement, focus on traveling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." So Clara Lensing. Okay. Guy's new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottrees have faith in his innovative ideas. We like to think the boys and girls agree that he's ready to succeed. Okay, so we have Guy Hudson. He sucked. It was Zachariah. Zach. No, Zach. You spell this name? Zachariah. Z. This? No, wait, what? Zachari. Right, Morden. You're right. It's Morden. I knew that, and then I still put Roottree, because everything is Roottree in the future. Alright, in 1959, there's a small blurb about Zach Morden, son of James and Gwendolyn Morden, and grandson of Elias Roottrees. We already got... Okay, yeah. He's quoted saying, Elias trusted me with carrying on his legacy. It's something I plan to do. Along with 5 PCs, our chocolate maple products are selling incredibly well. We will not make any changes. Okay. That's that. Ernie Madsen Jr. Uh, 1985 Root. President takes over Roottrees. Due to a heart illness, Ernie Jr. is stepping down as president of Roottrees at the start of the second quarter in 1986. His second cousin, Carl, president of sister company Root and former Watchman of the Year, will take over. It's been 13 years since Ernie was forced to step into the role of president unexpectedly. Back then, not much was known about the man other than his full name. In the years since, he has taken on a bit of a reputation as the real-life Wonka. He's known as a bit of an eccentric and reclusive, opting to just be simply called Ernie Jr. and to forgo the typical luxuries of the average Roottrees. But in our estimation, he's been a shrewd businessman with an eye for sweets. Ernie Jr. has led Roottrees to record profits by developing new products, including the ever-popular Maple Crisps, and by spearheading the formation of Root with his cousin in 1982 after learning of Brenda Rootrees' power in the fashion community. Carl... Carl Roottrees was voted Watchman of the Year. The cover and summary of the article's manager evidence. I already got that. So that's all the presidents. It doesn't mean that nobody else could potentially show up here in business, but okay. Okay. Jane has a picture. So there must be a way to find her picture. There must be a band periodical somewhere, right? If Starlit is for, like, actors, there's got to be something for music. Alright, go back to my notes. Claim that the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff, 75... Prodigy. Okay, hang on. PR Prodigy. Prodigy is an ISP that is in addition to allowing people to travel, the information superhighway offers email services and web hosting. Customers choose a unique screen name, and then Prodigy automatically creates them an email and a simple website that they can edit and share with other people. Not everyone with this service makes a website, but if they do, they can usually find it by searching for the screen name. Okay, so we just search for ScreenRaf75. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email address as chrisraff75prodigy.us. Below, a bunch of GIFs that say under construction. There are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned Me and my fiance Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we marry in May. Go Tartans. There is an odd collage called Cousins, which seemed to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying art statement says we had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rihanna, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and only use my third cousins. This includes Davey, he swims for UConn, and Bethany. Okay, hang on. Who is an only child. This artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousins photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Cool. Okay, Chris Raff. So, hang on. Only his third cousins. I mean, it has to be here. He has to be one of these ones. He has to be, because he married Lulu, so this has got to be Lucia, probably. Chris Raftery. Okay, he's an artist. Okay. Me and my fiance, sick Lulu. Okay. It's you, and then that has to be baby. This is Chris Raftery's cousin's art project, and it is said to include pictures of Davy. He swims for Yukon, Bethany's yearbook picture, and Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Perhaps you could extract them using an application on your PC. Okay, let's go to my PC. Pixpop. The best free editor, photo editor, telephoto magazine. This is not how photo editors work, by the way. Dichotomai? Sure. Alright. Rotate with your mouse wheel or... Okay. What am I missing here? No, that's right. Maybe this part. There we go. Okay. And then last one. Oh, what's one of these? This one's gonna be annoying. Okay. Sneaky help? I don't know she's still here. This one's like it's so small is the problem. I mean that part's right. No, that's not right. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. We can do this. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Can't tell if that's right or not. Okay. Now, we want this. We just need to make sure not to. What's the easiest way to get this one? I guess like just no, that's not. Hang on. Okay. Alright, we're almost there. We just need 2 more. First try. Okay. So. We got Chris Everybody's Cousins, you reassembled one. Inspect Chris's art project. Cousins 2. Cousins 3. Okay. So I guess technically I say he's an artist, but I guess honestly he could just be a college student. So his cousins, his third cousins, so they'd be younger. Maybe not necessarily. Hang on. So it was Davy, he swims for UConn, and Bethany's yearbook photo, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Okay, so Stephanie is the one that has the little, like, only child. The only children that would be left would be this one. So Stephanie. That was Stephanie Cattrall. I had Stephanie Cattrall. Wait a minute. Is there no other Stephanie Landon? Landon. This could be Landon, because it'd be Mark Landon who had Stephanie Landon. And then Stephanie Landon would be, why do we not have that as an option? Oh, because it didn't click. Let's see. She would be a student in K through 12. Okay. Well, one of these have orange hair, so these have got to be younger sister. So this would be. It was Davy and Bethany. Bethany, student. Okay. Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, so then we know that this has to be Davy by just, like, he's literally the sibling. Okay, well, it has to be David Kellogg the fourth, which means this is David Kellogg the third. And he is a college student, I guess. I mean, he's a swimmer, but he's a college student. Okay, so this is wrong. She's an only child. It can't be this. It has to be someone that's younger than him. So by process of elimination, the only other option... But it can't be... No, it has to... But it... Like, it would... okay, Summer, it should have clicked, right? If it was right. So clearly it wasn't right. She's an only child. And she can't be Stephanie Cattrall. Because that is a different person entirely. Well, that's Stephanie Jones. Maybe I have them backwards. Maybe I have them backwards. Because I said I said that she married... That was her base name. But maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it is... maybe you are actually Stephanie Cattrall. And your father is Sam Cattrall. Which would mean that you are actually Stephanie Landon. There we go. Alright. So, if you were Stephanie Landon, that means you married a Jones. You either married Brian Jones or Patricia Jones, and considering that, you know, your only option was, look, he's a guy, so, okay. So let's try searching Stephanie Landon. Did I try searching that before? Or if I search periodicals and look Butler County Times. Stephanie Jones' small report detailing the election results. No, that's just Warren. Okay, I think I knew this. I just didn't add this in. I think I just forgot to add this stuff in. Because there was a lot of other stuff I was getting at the time. With my mother and her partner. Her mother, Caroline, a local artist. Okay, so this is the thing. Her mother is Caroline Morden. And look how the campaign mailer has still a lot of connections somehow. Catherine Morden is not on here. Caroline Morden. We definitely looked up Caroline Morden before, right? You find a cover story about local art installations, including one by Caroline Morden. There isn't much about Caroline as a person. This is mostly a listing of art in Butler County. She seems to get top billing. Accompanying the story, there is an image of Caroline standing beside a large metal sculpture of a mermaid. It is captioned, Caroline standing next to her sculpture, Atlantis' Burden. The sculpture is one of the many works featured in her upcoming book, Self-Portrait Art and the Beauty of Women. According to, quote, further down, Atlantis' burden is meant to symbolize a society split by indecision over whether women should be equals or something to protect. The picture on the front page has been added to your evidence. If we search for this, also, hang on. Who did the Sweet History of Candy? I can't remember who that was. I did Volume 2, but I didn't do Volume 1. I should have done Volume 1. Why didn't I do Volume 1? This is Caroline. To Eloise and Stephanie. Okay, so Eloise, she definitely got remarried, and the reason this is here is because, you know, you should go gay marriage. Centerpiece is a full-color nude portrait at different ages, from 25 to 30. They certainly have not been added to your evidence. In the intro, Caroline talks about her influences. She was one of the youngest in her generation. In her late teens, she felt betrayed when her sister Gwendolyn and cousin Bonnie gave up on dreams to sell for boring men. Gwendolyn and her cousin Bonnie. Do we have Bonnie? This would be like later. That's Bonnie. Okay. She especially just likes her brother-in-law, Dr. Wilson, who she calls completely bogus. Okay, Wilson. Okay, remember. Yeah, I got it. Okay, I also need to look up. Remember, I need to look up the Volume 1 of History of Chocolate. She comes out strongly against the Roottrees company effect on local environment and rues how she was not able to convince her father, Zach, to make changes in the policy. She also explains that her marriage to Mark led to the most volatile moments in her life, all negative. The only good thing he ever gave her was a daughter. Leaving them all behind for good has pushed her to pursue her true love, art, and the beauty of women. Okay, well, Mark Landon, obviously. Okay, and then we want to look history of chocolate. Well, how did I find that originally? Sweet History of Volume 2. Okay, for Volume 1. No, no, no! This is a book about all things candy throughout history. It starts with the historical account dating back to ancient Egyptians and chronicles candy through the years 1924. It includes some print advertisement from companies you've heard of, including extremely early newspaper ad for 5 pieces that include Charles Lee included due to a major misprint added to evidence. What about Volume 3? No. Okay. So, I want you a caption. Caroline standing next to her Scott Atlantis burden. Okay, we just need that for the picture. There we go. All right, and you are an artist. Okay. So this is basically, this section's done. Let's look at the history of chocolate. Not you. You're not chocolate. Okay. You found this advertisement in the Sweet History of Candy Volume 1 by Charles Lee. It's from 1924, 2 years after the debut of 5 Pieces. The author included because of the spelling error on the word available near the bottom. It states that the flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream, cinnamon extract, and melon. So, I bet there's a whole other, because that's not what the original was. This is GEECEM. And there's definitely a secret here. I don't really think this actually helps me much right now, but it is good to know. Okay. We're getting there. I'm surprised we haven't found a second picture of Guy Hudson. Okay, what? Why does the campaign mailer still have more to find also? It says there's 7 leads. Some of these might be not locked in yet, though. Did I ever look at this? I don't think I read this. Oh, I definitely didn't read this. I think I looked at here and then just did not read any of this. Rolling On Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the linear notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent. Okay. The image is from an auction for a sealed copy. Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottrees could make this disco this sweet. It is credited to Peter Janzowick from MMM. You find him mentioned. He used to work for Modern Music Monthly. Alright, there we go. Monthly. And then we want Jane. Jane LaRoe. Yeah, so I would have had this way sooner if I had, you know, read, like, just read. I just didn't read this. I don't know why. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottrees, vocals by Roottrees. Jim Roottrees is on the notable Roottrees list. He will be marked. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. I don't believe you, but okay. In the article from 1968, you find him predicts the LaRoe sisters got their start doing sessions work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1965 that feature the voices of kids, they are probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRoes. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full name. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces ever heard of the Roottrees, and are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. The Lucky LaRoes, indeed. I've been reading. I just, for some reason, looked at the disco picture and was like, yep, that's all I need. Okay, well, hang on. We know some of this because we know this. I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure this was a mixture of here. I probably can find more during Music Monthly or whatever, but I'm pretty sure these are right. But we want to look up Clark Rafferty. Also, didn't she have a different name too? She went by Kila Rose, Jane DeValcio. So, hang on. Nothing interesting. Okay. So then I want Clark Rafferty. Okay. Skip It or Flip It has short, pithy blurbs about new records. An album called These Times is listed under the Skip It column with the following. These Times, a new single from C&J and J&D, Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees, and two of the LaRoe sisters. Yeah, I guess they would... Well, isn't he like... He's like... No, I guess they're the same age. Amateur's folk style songwriting is catchy at times, but ultimately it doesn't do anything. Okay. Here we go. A band called CNJ and J&D released one single called These Times, some with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XX. Scan the cover and know that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottrees and Diamond LaRose's first song together. He also mentions that it was performed by Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about Diamond, about Die Hard Dazzler, the band, or the single. So all that's left to do is to add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Okay. MMM Magazine. Okay. Oh, I already have. That is what I got. Okay. I just want to make sure. These Times, an old single. The website is also listed songs credits as Clark Rafferty, Jim Roottrees. On its sticker that says folk style songwriting catchy. Okay, no clues. Okay. So,
life is life, love shall be, me for you, you for me. Someday will come, though, that this tree
I'm still live, right?
will be the last of what was we. With passing years, all paths diverge, rivers rambling, onward surge. One source behind old memories, but find their ways to different seas. Someday these times will all be over.
Okay, this is fine. Oh, it's so good. Okay. So, musician. Alright. Okay, I think he's.
These times are ours for free.
Okay, and then that would mean.
We'll tell ourselves these stories older, dwell on warmth, ignore the colder, probably yearn for what could be, rose tinted by youth's memory. So
I'm making kind of guesses based on the hair colors vaguely.
Love still flows, our hearts heart beating. For now,
But something's not right.
destiny. Two roads that cross once at this tree. Someday these times will all
I don't know their occupation yet.
So take my hand beneath the tree and carve your name with me. These times are ours for free.
Okay, there we go. So we know. I can definitely.
Times will all be over.
That's definitely right. So if I got this picture right.
So take my hand beneath the tree.
It's gotta be one of these. It has, like, there's only so many it can be.
These times are ours for free.
It said he's Willy Wonka. Is it in my notes? Give me, like, try to... But also, I only have so many photos, so it has to be one of them. I put all of them in, so I don't know how I got, like, any of them, all of them wrong. Unless this is actually not Clark Rafferty, but I'm pretty sure it is. I somehow avoided highlighting it. I've been pretty good about highlighting. This is not. I wonder if Edward Clancy Roottrees is hang on. I didn't search it, but hang on. This is unrelated to what I was doing. No, nothing. Though maybe it'd be under periodicals. Where is it in the book, Summer? She has a spitting image, and she doesn't have thick glasses. Is that her children have that that skips? Okay. Well, then this is right then. And then this would be this. But that's still, I'm still wrong on something. Why is Clark not right? Maybe they are backwards.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation, but I can't reveal everything. I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake, so I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers, but not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers. I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees, especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story. If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me. To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you.
Alright, so... First things first. If this is not Clark Rafferty, then I just gotta switch these two. Alright. Okay, so this line is done. I am the best of ever. I finished all of Sam's line. Okay. We have a lot left to do here. What did I get? Just this. Okay. There's one more clue on this one. Eli Miracle's youngest, not my brothers, even chimed in. I think, okay, hang on. We can probably fill in some of these based on process of elimination at this point for the next generation. And also, like, I'm pretty sure we can know what Elias M. Okay, hang on. So when they did this photo, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, because that's one of the... So the other one was not born yet. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So who is missing here? Sam is in the photo. We know Sam is in the photo. They have Zach. Yeah, those ones are all in there. Oh, she's not. Oh, right, because Gwendolyn. Right, because right, that's why. Okay, so she wasn't, and then there was one that wasn't born yet. So we don't have Elias M. Roottrees because he wasn't born yet. However, when we look at the family photo, Elias M. is listed on here. So he's probably the other blonde guy then. Where? Yeah, so then this is probably the other... Yeah, that's definitely Miracle. Okay. We don't know what Elias M. has done. We also don't know who Miracle married. Okay. So here's the thing. We have a kid named November. November is a root tree, I'm pretty sure. Also, this one has to be like... So she's also one of these. She's probably this person because she's an artist and they have a beret. So this has to be you. Okay, so this guy was probably still... This was probably still not... So... Do we think November was this kid? Oh, there's also this guy. Okay, no, this guy would be here. So then this would be November because she's young. So this would be November. which makes sense because they do have the Roottrees last name. And then you would probably be a... Well, when this was made, I guess... Well, let's see. Can we find anything about November Roottrees? November Root. No. Can we get anything in the periodicals? I need another magazine, I think. I also need to figure out what's going on with Robert Roottrees. Okay, so at this point, there's only so many other places that the name Roottrees can be. Here's one interesting thing. Is there a bunch of last names that are still Wilson? So there's definitely a Wilson here. And then all of these, this is the Wilson family. So... Jason, Steve, or Zach. It either is Jason, Steve, or Zach. You think any of these are important? She said that Gwen. She said she married a boring husband, so she probably would be a housewife then. Can we get anything with Mark Landon? Does that lead to anything else? I can't imagine it does. Steve Wilson. Okay. Clark's getting remarried. I lost Jacob and Gwen. This is probably based on, like, I haven't locked him in yet. Is there anything that I know? Like, that's the only thing is, like, it has stuff that, even if it's not locked in, could still show up, even though you're pretty positive it's right. Rolling on down the city still has 5. We definitely search rolling down the city. Music and lyrics, vocals by... Okay, we got that. We got MMM. We searched for that. I can't imagine this is the clue, but... Why would this one... Top... Maybe... Okay, hang on. Let's try to see this. Top...
We're rolling, rolling, rolling.
Since the lyrics contain no clues.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet, so clear and tight. We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies blush and find me so witty. They're out of luck tonight, what a pity. We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the city.
None of that. I already got that. Campaign mailer still has a bunch too. Okay, hang on. Let's look at this. I didn't look down here.
On wheels we climb with you by my side. Inflation is rising, and so is our pride. Big car and family.
Atlantis bird.
They fight overseas, but we'd rather skate.
Atlantis bird. Atlantis bird. And really? Atlantis burden. What am I spelling wrong here? Maybe nothing. Okay. You know what? I didn't look. So hang on. What about? I looked up her art, but like, what about Caroline Morden and her? Because she was an activist. No, because that speller kind of there isn't much. Right, I already looked. This is how I got the art. Is there going to be one on Business Watch that would be related to that court case with Ronald? Robert, maybe. What am I... Okay, let's look at my notes. Look at my notes. Look at my notes. Okay, we got this. We got the stuff about Chris Raff. Can you get... No, I wish you could get obituaries. Actually, maybe... Hang on. Maybe you can. No, really. Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Who was Walter Forsythe? That was like the Wild Bill, right? Yeah, okay. We don't... Which I'm sure I've already looked up, because... Holder. Jim's marriage seems rock solid, but that is, yeah, we already knew, that's, okay, yeah. Gwen divorced Wild Bill for her, before she had her second. Not even. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlit. Thus, ever took a second husband. There we go. Okay, Dr. Wilson is a pediatrician who practices north of Pittsburgh. Although there are lots of Steve Wilsons and Dr. Wilsons, this one apparently found a way to game the search results as he pops up every time. Okay, so hang on. Where did I get this from? Steve, okay. Her brother-in-law, Steve Wilson. I forgot about this. Okay. There is a picture. So he's a pediatrician. So he's a doctor. Well, it doesn't matter because he's not. A picture of him on his website, as well as a picture of his 3 children. The 3 of them look as though the photographer was holding them hostage, regardless the photos have been added to your evidence. There is also a quote that, although credited to his child Jason, you suspect might not be written by a 10-year-old. My dad is the best dad in the entire world, and he treats every patient with world-class care. He will treat your children like he would me and my big brother or my sister. Okay, so big brother, so he's the youngest, which would be Jason. So I'm assuming he's the youngest. Okay, let's look at this photos. So, Dr. Steve Wilson, self-proclaimed pediatrician to the stars. You have found this photo on his website. I don't really feel like pediatricians are star savvy. Yeah, but he's like related to the Roottrees sisters, so like. Dr. Steve Wilson's kids, the quote below, the picture is credited to Jason. The picture has a date on it. It seems like it was taken 2 years ago in 1996. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the brother is the oldest. So this is going to be you. You are probably student. This is probably you. This is probably you. You are probably Zach Wilson, which would mean that you are Catherine Wilson. You are probably just a student. All kids are students and all women are housewives. You're probably college student. No. I mean, maybe he's a student K-12. You're telling me none of these have 1996, 2 years ago. You're telling me nothing else is filled in at this point? Unless... No, he's definitely the youngest. Unless the daughter is older. That has to be Gwendolyn. No, that has to be Gwendolyn. For sure. Well, I don't think she looks that old. I think she's younger than him. Oh, okay, you're right. I did pick the wrong one. No, I just typed the wrong one. No, I know, I'm fixing it. Fine. I think she looks younger than him. That's all I'm saying. Maybe college then. That's why I said student college. And then, wait, no, this would be. Well, then they would both be college then, maybe. No, what the hell? Alright, can we get anything on Jem Wilson then? Now. Here's the thing. Catherine Wilkinson, I think, can only go in no, there's a few spots they can go. Well, no, not really. Well, yeah, kind of. Well, not. What is left? Okay, so what is this? This name would be Roottrees. So this would have to be Jack and Christina. Help me out here, Summer. Hey, chat. I legitimately don't understand why nothing is clicked at this point. I have 4, okay? This one has to be right, unless he's no longer a musician, he's something else, which I guess is totally possible. Considering that he has multiple photos, there must be more I can find of Clark Rafferty. Especially considering Kim LaRoe. So it's possible that his profession is wrong, because it's the last profession. And I totally buy that. This guy, I don't know the occupation too. I don't know the occupation of those guys. I'm sure I could find them by this point. And I don't know occupation of any of these, though you are probably a student. Well, no, because I said you would be older by this point. So here's what I don't understand. I guess maybe you're not a housewife, but I assume you are. But, I mean, it's possible you're not. But I only have 3 once I fix some errors. Okay, just tell me, because is there more information I can find on these guys, or do I just need to put them in the is it just literally just put these correct, make these correct? Like, is there any more information I need to find? Or is it literally just they're just not in the correct order? Okay, well, what? I don't know how to fix the children. I thought I had it right. Unless I did have it right and then I just had the name wrong. And that was what was screwing it up, which is totally possible. No. Oh, wait. No. What? like, if I can't find any of her more information, then it has to be students, right? He's graduated, so he'd be in college. The only thing I think of is that she's not a housewife, but I don't think they mentioned anything about what else she did. I buy that Clark Rafferty is not correct, which makes me think that I do have the pictures wrong. I had the pictures right initially, and I just need to get more information on his profession at this point. Considering, again, he has 2 other pictures. And you go by the last named picture. But then again, no, because this picture didn't lock in, it would have locked in. So no, I think the pictures are also wrong too. But I still don't know his occupation. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with this section, though. Also, why is the spouse not... I definitely had this. Oh, this is why. Because I have... Okay, it's Steven Wilson. This is... Okay. Wait. This is Zach Wilson. There we go. I got all the Wilsons mixed up. Alright. So this entire family line is done. This entire family line is done. Alright, my next big things are... I need to figure out these guys. And I need to figure out more about Clark. Okay, so there was a court case about getting... Okay, let's try and figure this out here. No, I don't care about P-Flag. Wait, does there, like, periodicals for this or not? No. Where was the thing about... the court case? I think it was under Roottrees versus RR. Found very few details about this particular incident in regards to the clan's trust. Okay, so here's what I want to know. Can I get it on Business Watch? Can I get it on Butler County Times? Can I get it on Starlet? No. RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, this person in question was born out of wedlock. And second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Still, due to the ironclad wording of the clan's trust, it was impossible to move. Why? Roottrees versus RR. There's got to be a way to find out more about Maybe Starlet would have some stuff. I definitely looked up Gwyn Roottrees from Starlet, right? Yeah, no, I definitely got this because this is how I figured he was gonna have alliteration. Okay, here's what I don't understand. Can I get... Okay, let's see. I definitely searched Jack Roottrees, Christina Roottrees. What is the last few in the list? Hang on, where's my list of names? Okay. Or a better way of doing this is if I put in a name. Alright. Let's try searching some of the names of people who are not connected. We also have Tessa Roottrees, by the way. But some of these are definitely connected to that extra thing, I'm pretty sure. So, if we search here, let's try... Okay, Laura Carlson. No. Alright. Sarah Kozel. No. Patricia Jones. No. Helen Lennon. Joan Monroe. April Quaritch. No. Okay. Other idea. Is there anything in my house that can be used as a secret? Doesn't help. Okay. We have the campaign mailer. Why is there so much on the campaign mailer? Have I tried just searching Butler? I definitely searched Butler County, right? Yeah, well, what about Pittsburgh? Nothing is relevant in Pittsburgh. I'm sure I searched Roottrees Candy Company, right? Yeah. Yeah, we did Roottrees is dead. Six? Okay, hang on. I gotta. There's definitely something on this one that I'm missing, and considering that her line is done, there's something like big I'm missing here. But could you talk to your girls about putting out statement supporting conflicts? What could I be missing here? Oh, for Stephanie Jones, City Council. Okay, well, let's just try searching for the City Council. But County City Council. But that's not gonna. Flyer about candy for local office. On the back is an A. Six. Why is there 6? At least in her words, it was still full of love, and now 20 years later, we have a baby of her own due around Christmas. What could I be missing here? Like, I guess if Nina, if you're still watching, this is a hey chat for you because someone would give it away. I don't see what in here could possibly have 6 connections. Because you can't flip this thing over. So, just so that you know, the magnifying glass refers to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. So 6 clues are connected to this evidence. And this is somebody who, on the chart, I already have filled in. So, like, once they've been, like, locked in, they get removed from that number, right? So she's already locked in. I'm assuming it has to do with some of the infighting, potentially, that might lead me to the court case here that I'm trying to get with these guys. I don't know for sure. Maybe it has something to do with Clark, who I still has more to go with. Point being is, this is what I have to go on, and I don't know what to search based on this. I guess I could go candidate, but I don't think, like, that would help. It seems too broad. Election. No. What could I... flyer? There's no way it's flyer. This one's, it's driving me nuts. Well, what am I looking up in the newspaper specifically? Because I definitely already looked up Stephanie Jones in the Butler County. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's a small report. Okay, you find the full version of the newspaper clipping on the back of the campaign mailer. While most of it is unimportant, you do find the following. Stephanie Jones, born Stephanie Landon until her marriage to Brian Jones. Okay, we knew about that. Stephanie grew up in a home without father. My mother and her partner essentially had female influence. Okay. Though she is a distant cousin of the Roottrees, her mother, Caroline, a local artist who had appeared on the front page of Butler County Times in the past, has often come out as opposed to the corporation's policies regarding deforestation. Maybe I need to do deforestation. Maybe that's what I need to do. No. indigenous trees. I looked up Caroline Jones. That didn't really... Or not Caroline, it'd be either Caroline Morden, because... Ooh, wait a minute. What about Caroline Landon? No, Caroline... P-Flag. Did P-Flag get in... Caroline Morden, Caroline Landon. No. Eloise and Stephanie. Brother-in-law, Gwendolyn. Yeah. Mark Landon. No. Eloise. Brian Jones. Brian Jones is a famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. If you're looking for a different Brian Jones, you may need to search a more local resource. Okay. Brian Jones. There's been many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1985 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems to not have let go to waste a marketing opportunity during the interview portion. I've come in and taught in and out of the shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done. Okay, blah, blah, blah. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state, or search us online. I designed the website myself. Okay, so Jones Graphic and Print. Spider search. No, not Prin. It's a company that, according to the website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website's been fancy. It even has frames. The website lists the address, hours, and a few examples of each client and the type of work they've done for each. Stephanie Jones campaign mailers. Roottrees Candy Company various banners and posters. Butler County Holiday Light post banners. Miracle Network tour flyers. Roottrees Motors. That's new. Butler County School District, Butler Summer Theater, posters and sections for children of Eden. I think this I will want to highlight as well. Okay. So Roottrees Motors. This is what I needed, I'm pretty sure. Alright, Roottrees Motors. You find a hit from Roottrees Motors on the Jones Graphic and Print website you've already seen. You don't find any trace of them on the internet. As a local business, that might be another person. Okay. So there's an ad for Roottrees Motors in the paper. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. So it used to be called Wilkins Motors. Okay. So I wonder if this is Wilkins. But let's look at this. Okay. Roottrees Motors ad that ran from 1974 to 1977 advertised that the former name of Roottrees Motors was Wilkin Motors. Wilkin Motors is still the same family business, but has joined the Roottrees family. All that's sweet. Different is we've joined a sweeter family. If any noises need no oil, come down, we'll fix them up. Call the fixers at 555 fixer up. Okay, that doesn't help. Roottrees ad your local family mechanics servicing the entirety of Pittsburgh area. Local family mechanics. Okay. Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running first appeared in 1996. Says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years and is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about root cars from her Roottrees Motors parents. Okay. So this doesn't really help me as much as I would have thought. There's also this one picture of Rihanna that I haven't found yet either. See, here's the thing. So this is Tessa Roottrees. But I swear this wasn't here before. This doesn't really help me any, though. Okay. First thing, did we ever search Rihanna? How do you spell her name? Rihanna. Wild Bridge was the first on the Roottrees system. Mollinclear. No, we already got this one. So I'm aware we got another picture. Unless we did it under Butler County Times. Root Candy. Okay. The two big threads I'm still missing. I'm missing information about these goons and these guys. Our family's names are always unusual. I don't know if this helps. Clark's getting married again. No Roottrees are gonna root. I lost Jacob. Human routine. Wait. Thanks to collector of routine memorabilia. There was nothing else for this person, right? Did I try searching C? I think I did, right? Because that's how I found... Yeah, skip it or flip it. So I couldn't find anything else for this person, right? I'm pretty sure. Okay. I'm missing something. This is also still missing 5. Have we... Okay, wait. So did I... Hang on. Modern Music Monthly. Great Uncle's Label. The Lucky LaRose. Kim Broadway. Oliver. No. Broadway. Butler Summer Theater, Children of Eden. Let's try searching that. So musical songs by Steven Schwartz, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston, really likes it and realized it could kind of fit a timeline with a game he was making, decided to use it instead of something fake as a kind of Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the song The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button and go back to search Jones Graphic and Print, and instead of searching for Children of Eden, you should probably search for whoever was performing it. Plays musicals during the summer makes sense. As it's not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thanks you for making our 1988 season success. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast list, cast is a list of crew, and 2 things stand out. Posters and additional set design elements by Jones Graphic and Print, and choreography by November Studios. Okay. This is something. November Studios. That's not... Local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and dance jazz classes. There's hardly any other information available. Okay, so what if we go here and do November Studios? Studios, maybe they should have called this place No Mention Studios because you don't find any information about it anywhere. Nice thought, though. But it doesn't have... Okay, so we know that November Studios implies that November became... I don't even know what you would call that. Dancer? Dancer. And I don't even know for sure that's right. But here's the problem. That doesn't tell me... Okay, hang on. So they... Below the cast list is crew. The two things that stand out are posters and digital set elements by Jones Graphic Studio and choreography by November Studios. What about this? They perform plays and musicals, the cast and crew. Mentions they have a website. But see, it said you said searching for children. You should probably search for whoever was performing it. But it didn't have. It didn't say who was performing in it. Unless it was just November Studios. Okay, let's try Butler County School District. Let's go to Butler County Times, Butler County School District. No. Miracle Roottrees and his son, who goes exclusively by Miracle Jr., have appeared in the Butler County Times a great deal over the years. The Miracle Network, which is a collection of churches, television shows, and products that can be purchased, has multiple advertisements in each issue. You do find one article mentioning legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across the southern United States called the 3 Generation of Miracles Tour. The author speculates they're going on tour to leave their legal troubles behind. Because of all the advertisements, the result in the Butler County Times is not particularly relevant to your search. Any attempts to find more about these legal troubles is thwarted. I already got that. I'm still having stuff with Diamond LaRoe. I definitely... I searched Jim Roottrees in the music, right? Maybe I didn't. Okay. I have not seen this, I don't think. A review and interview from 1979 entitled A Reluctant Hitman. Jim goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C and J and J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend some time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers, Diamond and Jane. On the other hand, Diamond and Jay, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had sort of a cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her youngest sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction musically. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he agreed. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffertoons. Yes, we got something. And he's a much better jingle songwriter than a songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottrees. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Alright, so we know that Elias was in advertising. We also know that you are also in advertising. And now we will look up Raffertoons. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Website about Raffertoons, Clark Rafferty LaRoe's advertising firm on it. There is an About page, and you find a picture labeled The Inspiration for the Famous Super Bowl Ad Campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children, and when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down in the picture, he had the idea for Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The photo is now in your evidence. Okay. So the youngest, Katrina. So she's probably just a student. Again, all kids are students and all wives are homemakers, especially if it was like back in the way back in 1940. Alright. He's bald. Okay, so you're older, you're younger. Maybe, wait, hang on. You're older, you're younger. There we go. Alright, and then we also know that this is Kim LaRoe, and this is also Clark Rafferty. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Somewhat. Do we think that there's anything else about Raffertoons? We already got this. Okay. This is the next big what? This is like the last big thing. There's also a few like stray parts, like Elias M. Roottrees. I don't know. I don't know if I tried searching this. What do we have? What do we actually have for like links at this point? 5 pieces ad. Why is this one? How is this ad specifically still connected to stuff? I wonder if this is based on people's initials too, but I don't think so. Power Plum. Oh, you know what? Wait. Teen Blast! Teen Blast is a magazine aimed at teenage girls. Their website has a news section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Their fashion line was often covered by our magazine, and Rihanna Roottrees first appeared on the cover for her 16th birthday. Now, here's the thing. Teen Blast. Rihanna was on the cover of Teen Blast when she was 16 and did an interview. You had the cover to your evidence. Okay. It's an article about Rihanna Roottrees from 1994. Also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. Okay. We're getting somewhere. That's Miley Cyrus also. Candy Girl, Worship, New Gossip, also How to Know. Okay. One important thing I learned from an early age is that dreams are not outside our grasp. My grandpa was a college professor who taught lecture about history. Okay, grandpa. Where's grandpa? Okay, grandpa was a college professor. Okay. He always told me that history was full of people from famous families who wasted their fame and fortune by taking it for granted. Instead, he told me I should go out and use my name to accomplish something. I think he may have practiced that lecture a lot because I have other people in my family that have also made the Roottrees name famous for things besides candy. His older sister even wrote a book that some of my friends tell me they had to read in school. I took his advice, and now I work with my mom designing clothing. I help decide what colors and patterns I want to model, and then she designs the clothes with a team of amazing men and women. Although my grandpa passed away earlier this year, Grandma Laura tells me he was really proud of what we've managed to accomplish. Okay. Laura Carlson. Okay. That's still saying there's more to this link, though. It's Brother Trouble. The issue also mentions TMS and Brother Trouble. What the heck is Brother Trouble? Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green. I'm going to highlight this because Tessa is come up again. Me when I'm playing AI the Somnium-Fest. I had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that come with raising two boys who were extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic perusal of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottrees. Okay. The show had strong ratings, though the entirety of season 1 rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst teenage girl demographics. However, it was canceled in 1991 midway through the second season due to a significant drop in the ratings. Teen Blast, Brother Trouble. Time McSheridan appeared on the cover of Teen Blast a record 38 times, including 3 back-to-back months during the height of Brother Trouble. In the issues he wasn't on the cover, he was still mentioned quite often. You read every word of every article, and besides the fact that he was married to Rihanna, only one thing seems relevant. A gossip section from 1996 about 8 months before their marriage is called "Is TMS Dating a Roottrees?" It says, at a recent autograph signing, TMS told a Teen Blast reporter that he met a girl at a party in Malibu. Apparently, the cast of Brother Trouble gets together at Penelope's house once a year, and this time, TMS found love. The mega hottie said it had this to say: "She's incredible. She came to the party to meet me specifically, and I'm glad she did. She said she had a crush on me when she was younger. I told her I have a crush on her from her posters now." Then, on Teen Blast our Teen Blast reporter asked who the lucky girl was. TMS refused to spill, but we did some digging. One of the creators of Brother Trouble, Ron, married Penelope, who played... So wait, who is Penelope? Married Penelope, who played TMS's mom in the show. And get this, Ron is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Okay. So, Ron Roottrees. So not Ronald. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and the head of RR Productions. RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating one season hit Brother Trouble. The show was canceled partway through season 2. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottrees. Okay. Business Watch. Ron Roottrees. Also, okay, so hang on. We know he married Penelope. Okay, so we said it was Wilkins was now... Wait a minute. So this has to be this. This is Ronald. But that doesn't make any sense. That can't be right. I'm confused. Teen Blast definitely said... There's only one Penelope. But it'd be Penelope and Tessa. But like... Okay, let's read this article about Robbie. There's not much television about Robbie. In a comment thread on message boards about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees in Silver Screen magazine. Okay. Silver Screen magazine. Why is that not right? Silver Screen magazine. God. Yes. Was a Hollywood Insiders magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty writing, directing, costuming, set design, film promotion, and other elements of filmmaking. It ran from 1983 to 1983. It was bought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago, and the website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. However, Small Rumors articles from 1992 claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees, so he is a screenwriter, was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds and thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist that this all very much allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from the French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and are able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. Okay, also, if I just switch these two... No. Well, that's two. It would be two... Alright, what am I screwing up here? So, article about Ron Roottrees from 1984 titled "Don't Blame Nepotism, He Gets Results." After finding some small screen success, first as the director of many soap opera episodes and then stepping in as a showrunner. Ron was born in the U.S. but grew up in Paris. He gobbled up American cinema. Okay, this doesn't help. Why does this person have a name? Why do I not know anything about Edward Roottrees? He's a lawyer, right? There should be a law website. Okay, hang on. Let's look at this Teen Blast. Penelope. Let's see, it would be Penelope Tessa Green. Not but disagreeing is mentioned in a few articles about Brother Trouble. The show stars TMS and DCB played her sons on. The show stars TMS and DCB played her sons. Penelope's character was not really who teenage girls cared about. As a result, there's very little gossip surrounding her. Dustin Christopher Baker was in quite a few Teen Blast gossip columns, but is not related to the Roottrees as far as you can tell. Where was the thing I found about... Ron married Penelope, who played TMS. Yeah. So it had... Okay, so she had... So this has to be Penelope... But I don't understand why... Maybe November isn't there. I don't understand why this whole section is like sectioned off. See, I'm wondering if this isn't... Okay, here's what I'm thinking, actually. I think this is Catherine Wilkins. And I think this is Tessa Roottrees. And she's a mechanic. Yeah, there we go. Okay. We're getting there. Alright. Which means that he probably could have been a mechanic as well, but I'm not entirely positive on this one. We still don't know who your spouse is, though we're starting to get to the point where we could probably eventually just do it based on process of elimination. Okay, speaking of process of elimination... So here's the big thing. I think Autumn might be... I mean, I guess Autumn could be... Okay, what do we have left? We have, for Roottrees, we have Christina and November are the only two Roottrees left. So, literally has to be here. Hang on, let me look at this. Let me look at this photo again. No, because the November is supposed to... See, this is what's confusing. November is supposed to be part of the Free Spirits, right? Which would be this generation. Unless this is November. But this... Then who is this? Why? What am I doing wrong, Silver? I don't think I'm playing this badly. Okay, we still have one more for this one. I assume this is just the father. Still have one more on the campaign mailer, one more on Sam, and one more on Team Blast. I'm kind of unsure of what to even search at this point because we don't have much left. We do need photos though. Okay, we need to find stuff for Tessa Green. Okay, hang on. I want something about his kids, though. Yeah, but we have French court, but I don't know how, like... I don't know how this is going to really help me any. I mean, I didn't think that was going to work, but... I need to find their kids. Dustin Christopher Baker, their single mother. I definitely looked up Justin Christopher Baker, right? I'm kind of at a loss at this point. Okay. Why Sam? I have many different relatives. After all, Granny, ancestors. But I was told trim their branches. Why Sam? And you summoned. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. I didn't recognize Sam and Uncle Junior's waiting to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working aside the farmhands. Hang on. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three are on the books. But I don't know her the last name. See, that doesn't help me though. Okay, so this is the hint that Eli goes into mechanics. Okay. Sam working inside the farm hands. I mean, this has definitely got to be like the thing, right? Captures the evolution. A life between wars. I think I... Yeah, okay, I already know about that. Still one for the campaign mailer. It's probably November. It's probably November. I mean, maybe this is November. I don't know. November's got to be somewhere. She's got to be older, though. But there's only 2 spots left. So either that guy's like some weird, like, dude. Or maybe... I don't know. Well... Still missing another picture for Carl Roottrees and another picture for Clark. I mean, some of these we get based on just guessing, but I mean, they don't really matter. I guess at this point we only need 4 left. Besides all the random names. So it's just trying to figure out how to get these, which have to be both Roottrees. They have to be Jack and Christina. Which are probably just like students, potentially. But the problem is, heck if I know. Can we get a yearbook? Yearbook isn't something that'd be in the library, would it be? What was the name of the school? The name of the school was... I mean, this seems a little bit insane, but... Okay, Butler County School District. We searched this, but if we search the library... But, like, you can't... How do you search a yearbook in a library? There's still 4 for Teen Blast. What did Ron do after his company failed? That's what I need to know. I need to figure out his history. You would think it would be under business, the business watch. Summer, I need a hint, I think, at this point. They have a bunch of, like, breadcrumbs, but not enough that's pushing me in the right direction. I definitely want to do something with Teen Blast. Do you think they'd be in the magazine? They're teens. Right? They'd be the same age? No, yeah. They'd be the same age. So what about Jack Roottrees? I thought I did. You got Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. No, because we just get... Like, how am I supposed to search for the cast of... I mean, I guess I could do Tommy, Mark, Sheridan... He's in a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. The first credit role for Tommy Mark Sheridan, who was only 7 years old and still being credited as Thomas Sheridan at the time. According to research, the show has been on the air for 22 years and is said to focus on 3 large families. They each own different ranches in the same town. TMS appeared as Carson and in 53 went away to camp. A few episodes later, his parents learned of his on-screen death in a terrible whitewater rafting accident. After 6 years of absence, Carlson returned, now with partial amnesia. He recalled that though he was safe in the river, the couple who found him were evil drug runners. They smuggled him across the Mexican border and sold him into child labor. And he managed to escape. He couldn't remember who he was. He eventually found his way home, following the address that his parents had written on the tag of his jacket. During this second run, Carson was played by an actor other than Tommy Mark Sheridan. The discrepancy was explained by covering his face in bandages and claiming that his work in the silver mines left him permanently disfigured and caused his voice to sound completely different. After a plastic surgery operation that happened amidst a hostage situation at the local hospital, the bandages were removed and the new actor played Carson for an additional 3 years, appearing in over 500 episodes. He was then killed permanently this time while saving his younger sister from drowning in a whitewater rafting accident that happened at the same river where his initial accident took place. Fascinating as all this is, none of it seems relevant to the Roottrees. Sorry, this doesn't help me. I mean, I guess Penelope Tessa Green will be the one but I thought I did. Oh, I guess, okay. I guess I just didn't look her online. I think I looked her in the periodicals. Alright, it's a comedian. There's a result for Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s before she was a TV star in Brother Trouble. The site claims she retired before the birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers. You'll find a picture labeled Joke-O-Lantern watches. Both have been added to evidence. Okay. About a comedy club called the Laugh Lounge. It was captioned Jack watching one of his mother's charity sets. I don't think it was. And this is 1997. This is 1994. So this would be... Okay. So this is Jack Roottrees, Christina Roottrees. No, your profession isn't student. You are a baby. You are this. And you are this. Alright.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations! I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
Okay, well, EC has to... Well... Summer, I have a question before we get into this. Hang on. There's nothing else marked at this point. Okay. So, hey chat, first off, is there any way I can figure out these random spouses? Or are these just literally just guess at this point? I guess, yeah, they're all female. Like, that's the first thing. Because at this point, I'm near the end, so I'm a little bit more okay with, like, some nudging for some of this cleanup stuff. I'm also curious about, like, some of these extra photos. Like these two photos, and Carl's photo, and the extra photo for Clark are the ones I'm missing. And then an extra photo for Gwyn, which I'm surprised I haven't found. Maybe she's in... Hang on, maybe she's in... But, like, so this is, like, who is EC? There's only... I only have 2 pictures left. It's like, how are you supposed to figure this out, too? But this is guardian or adoption or otherwise for Samantha. Okay, hang on. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has... No, I want the one before that. Okay. Summer hasn't answered my questions also. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate child of a daughter of Elias and Jr. and Patricia. Patricia, the daughter of a local street Mongol. Her baby was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farm him known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man, and that was that. Okay. Let's see, there was another E. Who is EC? For Lauren's mom, her diary tells you 1. Her diary. Your pop is my dad. I didn't even find November's thing. I could never find anything about November, really. I want the original diary. Castles, okay. Yeah, I got it. You know the Hudson's Deer, it appeared in the ad, so that's probably like Hudson. Boys and girls agree. I never looked this up. Partly because I didn't think it was relevant, which arguably it's not. Okay. Okay. You have the extra photo of Gwen, you just didn't click her face. Where? Where? Oh. What were you judging me about, by the way? Alright, you already have the second Carl photo and the other Clark photo. I do? Is there another one where I just didn't click the face? No, I had that one. How do I have the second? Oh, I'm an idiot. That's where one of the extra Clarks go. I mean, this one can't be... Well, I guess it could be. So is that everything for those ones at least? For all the photos then? So there is no photo for this one. Okay, what about these other wives? You said for Edward's wife, you just got process elimination. Well, when can I find things about November? Like, I got November Studios, but... It's a local jazz school. Yeah, I don't know. You had Carl in November's spot for the longest time, despite Lauren saying that Edward married someone who be illegal to marry him. Well, I don't even remember seeing that part, to be honest. Like, are any of these other ones, like, guessable at all? This is a hey chat summer because I I don't know if any of the others are guessable. And then I guess the other thing is before I click I'm ready. November references her mom's name? What do you mean, like where? You mean like... Yeah, how are you supposed to know that besides just, oh, I'll just guess that? But what about the other ones? There's still 3 other ones. How are you supposed to guess the rest? Actually, Monroe, I should... There's one here... One here and one here. He and his wife had no children. That doesn't tell me anything. Oh, Patricia. So, okay, so he was killed in the car accident. Okay. Okay, so Patricia... So then there's only 2 more. Helen Lennon and Monroe, Joan Moreau. Well, Miracle Jr.'s wife isn't who I need. I need... Miracle Jr. didn't have a wife. I need Miracle. I need regular Miracle. I already have Miracle Jr.'s wife. It doesn't say anything about... Joan Monroe. Like, I can just guess, but I really don't know how you would figure these last 2 out. Like, I would say Helen is an old-fashioned name. While you're doing that, I'm going to look at these real quick. A cream. Yeah. Grape, elderberry, A cream, cinnamon extract. And melon. And miracle berry. Yeah, so A cream was so that's Edward. So yeah, EC has to be Edward Clancy Roottree. Am I getting anything from those people? For Jim's mom, I suppose you're supposed to look into Jim's cherry. I did look up Jim's cherry album. I guess I didn't look it up on music because I didn't have the magazine at that point. How am I supposed to find Cherry Tree? Because I tried searching up here and it just said Cherry Tree is perhaps unsurprisingly you find a lot of results for foliage. There we go. An album by Jim and Diamond released in 1985. It wasn't professionally reviewed. The diehard fans of Jim and Diamond online say it was a return to form. Called Sun. Cherry Tree. How are you supposed to complete the sentence? In my heart, I'll always be the son of... Though someday she'd depart and part, I'd never be alone. In my heart, I'll always be the son of... something... Joan, I guess. Because that's the only thing that rhymes. Heart of Joan. Yeah, okay. So there. So we got everything else good, then. Mr. Bones. Alright. So... it has to be Edward Clancy Roottree, because that was mentioned before. Am I spelling this right, by the way? Or is there an E in there? This is in her special... Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Certified male. You know, I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. When I told her he was my pop, she pushed me. Your pop is my dad. Unless they're saying that they are the same person, but... Well, no, Clancy... This is Clancy Edward Roottree. I guess my thing is, Summer, at this point, what else can you figure out at this point? Like, spouse-wise, I don't really know how you figure this out. Who this person's spouse is. Like, is there any way to figure this out before clicking? Before I click? Is there anything else I can figure out at this point? Like, it's clear that there was an extra kid that they just basically kept off the tree for whatever reason. Based on these ads. But as for why, the 2 Sam entries give a full name for the spouse. Okay, I just, that was more, I remember reading it, but it was so much, it was like, if pointing me in the right direction would help. Okay. Ellis had been given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in the family gatherings. John. But like, but we don't know what John's name is. If I look a little harder, is it stuff that I already have? I don't know what, like, what, how do I find, oh, you said the 2 Sam entries, so hang on, let's look at the other one. Ernie and kids. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Did I not read this earlier? I feel like I did not read this earlier. I think I skipped this for some reason because I do not remember reading this. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy. No, I didn't read this. Pop warned us away from that farm for years and never met EC in person, but Pop wants to refer to him as a confirmed bachelor. Because he's gay, probably, is what I'm assuming. I could suspect that's why he kept us away from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate. His roommate! John Miller. Alright, and you said headshots. Is that it? Is there anything else, or you think that's it? Because we're almost at 8 hours here. I mean, I enjoyed this. Like, when I get into a game, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna keep going. But it's 3 o'clock. Hi, Nina. It's 3 o'clock. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is right. You don't think I'm missing anything. Alright. Send it. But first, here's the final optional entries you found. You did it. Family tree complete. Thank you for the fireworks.
So, you had a guess for EC, and identified his partner as John Miller?
So, I assume if you don't, like, she tells you, but, like, this is, like, the good ending, right? The you're a smart guy ending.
Okay, that's what we were here to determine. I'm Sam Madsen, though you know me as Samantha Roottrees. Yep, I got old. The only picture you have of me is from 40 years ago. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents.
Okay, because that's her.
Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now,
love gay
you've either
dads.
read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser. Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning.
I do think it's really funny that both this and her story, I'm pretty sure I typed the word games and got like the big twist way early. I feel like, and same thing here. Like, I'm just really good at finding. I mean, not that I fully put everything together, but I had like some of the pieces like really early pieces. But even so, she seemed to blame more than just the 2 of them. She had no problem with us next gens, but she had a palpable hatred for the 5 pieces and Elias and Gwyneth.
My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand. Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable.
Which makes sense, because her family line has, like... Isn't her family line, if I remember correctly, I'd have to look at it. Didn't she... She's the one that has, like, the gay daughter also? Or am I mixing it up with a different line? I might be mixing it up with one of the other ones.
The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor.
Yeah, see, I knew that.
His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine, except without the
Because they were identical twins, yeah. We love a good twin twist, as in that happens all the time.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all. But there he is in the background. The 6th 5 piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom, from a life she deemed unworthy.
Did I just not find this book? I guess I never searched up. I don't know if I would have been able to find this. This is like... Yeah.
Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth or receive inheritance. They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat, and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president, but due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy, a real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary, but when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills. His death was my tipping point.
Why do you earn only 36? Because he wasn't considered a part of like the Roottrees technically, even though he had the name.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't. Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
So they were fighting because, yeah.
That sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future.
But it wasn't actually... The Clan's Trust actually wasn't, like, working.
His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as, and that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years, but now I can set the record straight, thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has. Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future. I appreciate what you've done for me. The tree wasn't easy, and proving who EC was will be an uphill battle. That's what we were here to find out. If I can find my way into the Trust, my share belongs to you. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking.
The Roottrees die. Again. The Roottrees are dead. All again. Too.
Thanks again, and so long.
The Roottrees are on. That's a very different game. We received mixed reviews. Life went on, a new president took over the company. Rootrees family faded from the news cycle. And then everything changed. There's another mystery to solve. Rootree Mania is now unlocked as a new game. We're not doing that. I will look at what this is if the game doesn't crash on me. I'm a secret Rootree. Alright, I'll at least see what this is. How do you do this? Is it under continue or new game? No. Was this worth taking off work for summer? How do I leave? How do I actually leave? How do I get back to the home menu from here? I mean, I can save and quit. Okay, there we go. Alright, new game. Rootree Mania. Find out what happened to the infamous family and a whole new mystery. Rootree Mania will spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Alright, let's see what this is. We're like...
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
Hi, Clark.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any Rootree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for it. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Oh my lord. So the game isn't even... That's only like half the game then. Like it's legit an actual... There really is more to the game. Is that like confirmation? I'm not doing this also. I'll do it on my own, I guess. Okay, so like there's still way more to the story apparently. Okay, I'm gonna at least see what the actual thing is. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It's been 8 months since you helped Sam Madison with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, you managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book released that you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. I believe that. Do you care if I do this on my own, Summer, or will you be really upset if I don't? Sam Madison's book about Elias Roottrie was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not been replaced. In March, the Roottrie company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark was announced the permanent successor to Carl Roottrie and welcomed Sam Madison into the family officially. But even though she was like, because she was still considered Roottrie on the chart, right? And people were fine with Sam, but I guess yeah, because she married. Right, she married. Okay. Clark was announced to be the company hired on an outside legal group to handle the changes to the clan's trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees, mostly... See, 5 P's. See? Nina, it's real. 5 P's. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows. That's from Tangle Tower. Who changed his moniker to 5 P's as a publicity move at the same time. 5 P's is the only notable person on the updated tree. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottrie publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Piece was a Roottrie. The Roottree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Piece to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Anonymom and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman who the press began to refer to as Anonymom appeared in an interview. With her face and voice disguised, she claimed that an affair with a Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the clan's trust. Nobody knew at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Piece in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicion. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or an attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottrie mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. This is a new investigation with a new focus. After many months of newfound interest in the Roottrees, it is recommended that you try to catch up with some of what happened. I assume this was like DLC. Was this the case? Like this was like an update? Like when did this update come out? Some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Roottrees family. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that do not lead to new information will function as they did during your first investigation. Roottree Kingdom Company was funded by Elias and Gwyneth. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County. Elias, Carl, and Rihanna were on the cover of magazines. Other notable Rootrees are Lauren's two diaries are probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her relatives directly. The 5 pieces could be identified based on the initial of the original candy flavor. There were 5 presidents of the Roottree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters. Many of the younger Rootrees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty, Lauren's grandson. November Roottree was really difficult to place. Her occupation can only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. Ronald and his brother Robert Roottree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. There were a few dead ends. Alois Herring Roottree claimed to be Roottree, but is not. Family Man in a book about Elias Roottree turned out to be propaganda and not useful. I didn't even find that. Lauren's other book, historical romance novels, were not useful on their own. Carolyn's Morden sculptures were not useful. What do you mean game day 1? This was added as a part of the release in Steam. Okay, so you're saying like on the... He's also handed you a letter that said you could share with Sam to the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the clan's trust is busy pouring through the entire family history as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches, so please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new Roottrie. Just tell us who to investigate and filling in that new section of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities. We're only looking for the one that led to a potential new Roottrie. Some spots in the sections will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Just like last time, be sure to use the birth names for everyone you add. Married names or nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out infidelities, I recommend you turn your eye to men in position of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt. I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was the perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so I pretend. Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those who I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. Refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we've left behind. So please fill in the tree, and together we can find out how to make amends. Good luck, and thank you both. Okay. Yeah, I'm definitely not doing this tonight for obvious reasons. It is 3:30. I have been streaming for 8 hours, and no. Summer might push it, but no. As far as streaming this in the future, probably not. I feel like this is a first look. I didn't need to even beat the game initially. I don't really feel like I need to stream more of this to the audience. To Summer specifically, I'm not against maybe doing... The only problem is you still need a better internet, but I'm not against like streaming this on Discord potentially. But I don't know. Regardless, I'm probably done for the night anyway, because yeah, this next part seems like it's much harder. General thoughts about the game. I liked it. I did not like how hard it was to get this game started, honestly. That was insane. But I thought the game itself was very... so I was going to say 4. Oh, every time you get 4. I thought the game itself was very good. Mostly. I was a little, like, the beginning was, it was like a little bit of like, why am I getting just these cliff notes? But it made more sense the further in I got. And yeah, it is very much kind of Obra Dinn in nature. I think in some respects it's kind of easier. It's just a little overwhelming in the amount of information you get at times. But I mostly figured out most of it myself. And anything I didn't figure out was like either irrelevant information or I just was overlooking something. But I think I did a pretty good job of solving this one. I'm not really sure why they killed off the Roottrees. I feel like that didn't really have any relevance to anything yet. Like, it's called the Roottrees are dead, but to be honest, the Roottrees dying didn't really, like, mean much in the grand scheme of things. Oh, interesting. So they do swap the photos for what they think should be, like, the main photo for each person. Because I definitely had this as his main photo, considering I didn't put that one in there for a bit. But I don't know, what do you guys, I mean, I guess Nina, I don't know how much you've watched, but what do you think of this game? If you're still here. It definitely seems cool. It definitely seems like a lot, though. Apparently he has a second photo now, too. So some of them have additional photos. So that means he might have also had another affair. I think it's pretty neat. Yeah, it's very dense. I'm trying to think, like, if I would do my write-up, how is it different from Obra Dinn and from other games of this ilk? Like, what's the big thing to stand this out? Like, if I was to say, what is the thing that makes this game stand out from other games? Like, Obra Dinn is kind of the very, very similar concept of you're trying to find everyone's name and how they died based on scenes and clues. I guess this is kind of a merger of her story and Obra Dinn, because in Obra Dinn you're just looking, it's really just paying attention and using context clues and stuff, right? You're not really searching for anything. You find the corpses, but you're mostly just like using your, like, you know, not really common sense, but you're using context clues to figure out everyone. And then in her story, you're searching for information based on keywords to find more information to resolve the mystery. So this is kind of a combination of the two, because it's definitely a searchy game where you're searching for stuff, but it's definitely more Obra Dinn in terms of what you're actually accomplishing. Yeah. It doesn't have much text. It's mostly like snippets of dialogue and visual. It's a visual game. This game is much more like... This feels like a true evolution in some ways of her story, whereas I feel like her Telling Lies was more like... It was more of the same, but it was like... I don't know, it just felt like it didn't really evolve the concept at all. And then... Immortality is just wild. I don't even know how to describe that game. You should look into the Beef Baby one more time. Did I miss something on it, or did something get added on it? We'll look at Beef Baby and then we'll stop. But I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Next time we'll be doing more Final Fantasy X. And if you're sick of Final Fantasy X, don't worry. There will be some new games. Definitely some first looks in October, because October has got a crap ton of games coming out. After solving the original Roottrees mystery, the thought of Beef Baby has stuck with you. It consumes your ever-waking moment. You must track down a copy. You email the reviewer who saw the Floozies live, and you offer her money. Too much money. At first, she doesn't believe you. Who in their right mind would pay a few $1,000s for a stupid song from a no-name band? Someone who earned a whole lot of extra money by completing a family tree, that's who. When your check clears, she has no choice. Beef Baby is finally yours. Now that you've helped Sam Madison prove that she's a real Roottrie, you're rich. She gave you her share. See, the only thing with that is, like, we already knew she was a real Roottrie way early on, but whatever. She gave you her share, and they also already knew that she was... They said that she was a Roottrie anyway, right? And then they just didn't give her the shares, even though it was in the, like, I don't know. It was kind of scummy. She gave you a share of her money, making you instant millionaire. With your newfound fortune, you finally did it. The one thing you've been trying to do ever since your investigation. You finally tracked down a copy of the Constable. It's time to listen to Beef Baby.
Trying to cut in. That's my price. You've been eyeing. You thought you could win. You can quit all your crying. We're no longer kids. All the lies you've been lying. Now it's come to this. You thought that we'd stay friends forever, but that ends play the victim side and try to make him care. Claimed your ostrich side like something to repair. Stole my style, tried to bleach and dye your hair. Got him wasted. Even wore my underwear. Sophisticated, so near you never be. Why do you think that you have no friends? Why do you think that you have no friends? Why do you think that you have no friends? 'Cause every time you fish on it. Beef baby, you and I got beef baby, you and I got beef baby, beef
That was incredible. Also not relevant at all to this case. Alright, so that's about it. I don't really see a reason to continue at this point. Like I said, there is a whole lot, and it's cool that there's more, but I definitely need a breather, because this I was not, like, I didn't need to have a whole second game, honestly. I also think it's lies, because I don't know if they just, like, were not counting the Steam release, but if you go to How Long to Beat, unless I'm just, like, the slowest, I don't think I'm that slow, honestly. I thought I did a pretty good job. But if you go to howlongtobeat.com and you search The Roottrees Are Dead, they tell you that the main story takes 7.5 hours, fair, but that the main plus extras or completionist is 15 hours. And I don't know, maybe. I kind of doubt that I'm going to be able to finish it in just, well, I guess it's an 8 hours. You know what? Maybe that's accurate. Maybe that's accurate. Regardless, I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you for those who voted for this game to appear. I hope that you enjoyed it. If you are subscribed, don't forget that you can be in the Discord server to vote for upcoming streams. Summer, thank you for buying me this game. I really did enjoy it. I hope you enjoyed it and didn't judge me too hard, because I thought I was pretty clever on some of this stuff. Yeah, I'm pretty much not going to stream the second half of this game on my own. If you want to do it, buy the game yourself, I would say. But I may stream it for Summer specifically. So, I don't know. We'll see. I don't have anything else to say. I need to go eat food and not be streaming. So, there is also, I guarantee you there is no one to raid. But out of sheer morbid curiosity, is there anyone going live right now, or that's live right now, that I would be willing to raid? No. Alright, thank you guys for watching. I will see you next time for more Final Fantasy X. I hope you enjoyed this very interesting puzzle game. Bye, guys.